Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting our event. Honorable Chief Guest, respected guest of honor, esteemed dignitaries, guests, and delegates, a very good morning and a warm welcome to this conference on cybersecurity organized jointly by CSIRT-Power and GSECL. To commence the inauguration, it is my privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the dais. Please join me welcoming our chief guest of the day, Shri T. Srinivas, Executive Director and CISO, Grid India, with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome on stage Shri LKS Rathore, Director, Cybersecurity, CSIRT-Power. Welcome, sir. Shri Shailesh Kumar Gupta, Executive Director, SECI and CISO. Welcome, sir. Shri Mahesh Mendele, Executive Director, WRLDC. Welcome, sir. Shri D.H. Vasawa, Executive Director, GSECL. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have such distinguished leaders with us today. Let's all join in giving a huge round of applause to welcome them. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a scenario where a cyber attack shuts down power to an entire city. Hospitals, industries, transport, everything at a standstill. This may sound like a movie, but has already occurred in various forms globally, and the risk for us is real and growing. Data Security Council of India reveals that power and energy sector has become a prime target for cyber criminals, accounting for 29% of all malware detections in 2024. And this underscores the vital role of CSIRT Power and today's gathering to discuss cybersecurity in power. We sincerely hope that the ideas shared and discussions held today will spark a fresh perspective, deepen our collective understanding, and strengthen the power sector. Moving forward to our event, to mark the auspicious beginning of today's event, I request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for ceremonial lamp lighting, a symbol of knowledge, hope, and a bright future we aim to build in power sector. Please, sir.
शुभं कुरुतं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिः परं ब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिः परं ब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीप नमोऽस्तु ते ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्यम् ओ दीप ब्रह्मरूपस्त्वं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययम् योग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च पतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य तावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समा
Thank you so much, sir. To honor our eminent guest, we now present a floral welcome and memento presentation as a symbol of respect and gratitude. I now request Shri LKS Rathore, Director Cybersecurity, CSIRT-Power, to kindly facilitate our chief guest, Shri Tri Srinivas, Executive Director, Grid India. Please give them a big round of applause. I invite Shri D.H. Vasawa, Executive Director, GSECL, to present a memento to Shri L.K.S. Rathore, Director, Cybersecurity, CSIRT Power, as a gesture of our gratitude. I now request Sri Ashish Lohia, Deputy Director, CSIRT Power, to kindly felicitate Sri D.H. Vasawa, Executive Director, GSECL, with a memento. May I invite Sri Ashish Goel, AGM, CSIRT Power, to present a memento to Sri Shailesh Kumar Gupta, Executive Director, SECI, as a gesture of our gratitude. Now I invite Sri Prateek Srivastav, Deputy Director, CSIRT Power, to honor Sri Mahesh Mahendale, Executive Director, WRLDC, with a memento. With this shared commitment, we now move forward for the event dedicated to strengthening cybersecurity resilience in power sector. Our respected MD could not be present here due to unforeseen circumstances. However, he will be conveying his heartfelt wishes and welcome address through video conferencing. We'll now be connecting to Shri Somesh Bandopadhyay, Managing Director, GSECL, to deliver his wishes and welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient while we are connecting to our MD, sir.
Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
What a sound. So very good morning to everyone. Is it the sound is okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this regional cybersecurity workshop here at the great foothills of Statue of Unity, Ektanagar. So on behalf of Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, abbreviately called GSEC, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, respected dignitaries from the Ministry of Power, CSIRT-Power, SECI, Grid India, GOENL, CERT-In, NICIIPC, and all distinguished experts and delegates assembled today at this great tent city. First of all, I apologize for my physical absence due to some unavoidable reason, and but still we feel truly honored that this important workshop is being hosted in Gujarat. The power sector, as you know, is the backbone of our nation's economy, and as it undergoes a rapid digitalization, digital transformation, you can call it a digital tsunami. Cybersecurity has emerged as a matter of highest priority for all of us. A single cyber attack, a minute nature, can disrupt the total system. So it has a potential of a grid failure, and it can impact millions of lives, industries, and more importantly, the essential services. Therefore, strengthening our cyber resilience is of paramount importance, and it is no longer an option now. It is an imperative. So in this context, this workshop brings policymakers, technical specialists, domain experts, grid operators, and the leaders in this area under one platform. And it will foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and I am feeling deprived that I could not be present amongst the galaxy of IT engineers assembled under one roof. But we firmly believe that such collaborative efforts are the key to building a safe, secure digital ecosystem for the energy sector. At GSECL and GOVNL, we are committed to adopting best practices, enhancing capacity, and supporting initiatives that make our systems resilient to emerging cyber threats. I am confident that the sessions planned today, throughout the day, from the incident response and forensic analysis to regulatory frameworks and capacity building, more importantly, will provide us with valuable insights, will enrich us, and will be able to adopt actionable strategies which will ensure the resiliency against any threat. I encourage and wish all the participants to get engaged deeply, actively, frankly, and share your perspectives and take back a lot of learnings that can really strengthen our IT infrastructures, and not just for your organization, but for the sector as a whole. So with this, I once again welcome you all and wish the workshop a grand success. And let us work together towards securing our energy future and building a cyber resilient power sector for India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We sincerely appreciate your words. Indeed, India, from modest beginnings in digital adoption, is now advancing to building its own energy stack, installing smart meters, building full-fledged digital substations, making cybersecurity even more important. Let us now welcome Shri LKS Rathore, Director Cybersecurity, CSIRT-Power, to stage for the inaugural address.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Sri Srinivas Sir, Basawa Sahab, Gupta Sir, Mendle Sahab, बहुत सारे Chief Engineers from the different power stations, Sri Lohia Sahab, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power, Sri Pratik, Deputy Director, Capacity Building and Training, CSIRT-Power, and other distinct guests. Basically, this is in our whole chain, this is the 5th workshop and a national workshop conduction mandate given by the Honorable Cabinet Minister Sri Manohar Lal Khattar ji. He has given the mandate to us to organize the regional workshop throughout the Pan India, and this is the one of them. So I really thanks to him to give the opportunity to us, and we successfully conducted 4 workshops. This one is the 5th, and the public's, whatever the public here, I am observing their face that this will be definitely the success. I thanks to the RP Pradhan, CISO, Ministry of Power, Sri Agarwal Sahab, Secretary Power, who is continuously monitoring what are the capacity buildings going on throughout the power sector, and they are the really benchmark for us to make our whole HR, the power sector HR, and the cyber expert HR. Before going to that one, I just go in the history. Most of the sitting in the dais, we are the power sector professional, and then in the 1990, the national generator NTPC and the some of the generator who are the having not more than the capacity 1 lakh, and that is that generating capacity was not sufficient to supply the power to the throughout the India. At that time we had the generation shortage, and all the citizen of India didn't get the power as per their convenient. In 2003, EA came, Electricity Act, and liberalized the whole sector. Anyone can put the generating station, they can put the transmission, they can be a distribution licensee, means the licensing is distributed throughout it is open for all the peoples. So many generators came, so that in 2012, we have the surplus generation, and around the 180 gigawatt at that time in 2012, and suddenly in 2015, it was the 230 gigawatt. So the raise in this one, the generation capacity, the installed capacity is the surplus approximately 1.8 times of the whatever they demanded at that time in 2015. Means we are the surplus generator and we have the sufficient electric power. The problem that the transmission was no at par the whatever we have the evacuation system. So the most of the transmission lines are the overloaded. The transmission congestion, if you transmitting the power from the WR to the NR, WR to the SR, only selected capacity were there in 2012. And after the 2013, when the one nation and one grid comes, the whole India power from you can say the Nagaland to the Porbandar, and from the Kanyakumari to the Kashmir, we can transfer the power in open access, as well as in any type of anyone can explore the power from any part of the country. That was really one of the achievement for our nation. But again, in 2015, the same problem came, the quality of power, the voltage problem, the frequency, the harmonics, the quality in this power, whatever the power we are getting, they try to disturb our end applications, end devices, and finally the output of the devices was not as per the power. Suddenly, the planners again stress on that one, and they try to address the situation, and several measures have been taken to control the voltage, to control the harmonics, to control the frequency, and every parameter, active and reactive parameter of the grid. Now, the quality power we achieved by the 2018, but again in 2019, and the corona call, there were observed the several incidents of the electric shocks. The safety of the electric power become the challenge. And 2020 and 21, you may be aware that our hospitals are several hospitals suffer from the lot of this type of problem, the shocks and the fire. One very important thing I want to tell here, the peoples in the whole society, when there is any type of fire, the fire people blame to the electrical engineer. It is because of your short circuit. Can anyone agree on the short circuit? Is anyone agree where the short circuit is the cause? If your system, if your the wiring is not designed as per the your protecting system is not designed at proper, then the short circuit occur. Otherwise, the short circuit is nothing but the heavy current, inrush current. And if your devices are the properly designed, immediately they will protect your system. But because of this all fires, we are the only the culprit. We are the anyone is simply blaming that because of the short circuit only the fire is happening, and that even the black box is not there like our flight, so that we cannot be also even find the root cause. Then, as you know, though, there are the several digitizations as well as automation going on, and that is the really helpful to create the operation not only in generation sector, transmission, distribution, every sector. This will helpful to smoothize the operation of the whole grid. But the new challenges come, that is what the cyber threats. But because of the cyber threat, we cannot be forget that we cannot be suppress the technology. Technology is the evolving. We adopt that evolving technology, but we have to be here. The peoples present here, we must be ready to take that challenge. And finally, we are the cyber commando to tackle the any problem coming from the either the cross-border country or from the insider threat. We have to be take this challenge, and this challenge is the new challenge at present. I again want to stress on the one very important term, cyber. How many of you are aware with the cyber? If I am simply asking the backside people, who is the knowing the meaning of the cyber? Anyone? On the backside? What is the meaning of cyber? साइबर का मतलब क्या है? बोलेंगे, मैं भी खुद में यही बोलूंगा कि कंप्यूटर सिस्टम, आईटी सिस्टम एंड एवरीथिंग इज द साइबर ओनली. It is not. Cyber is nothing but the governing, piloting the steering. This is the meaning of the word cyber. Piloting the or steering the system. This is what the meaning of exact meaning of the cyber. It is just like the electricity is the better servant, but the bad master. Similarly, the cyber, this whole cyber system is the better servant, but the bad master. If cyber is the hobby on you, then your system will be completely disturbed. If you are using the crucially the cyber, then you are the controller of the cyber and you can achieve the whatever you want. The cyber world will be the do the work of the 5 to 6 people simultaneously as well. So that's why the cyber. Again, in grid system, these challenges came because of the evolving smart meters, RTU, sensing devices, FRTUs, RTUs, they are the end devices. And if anything is embedded on that one, and if you are not able to judge that one, then that will be create the problem for us. And that whole information may be transferred to the either of any country who is the owner of that chips or the components. So we as a operator, we as the power sector engineer, not only IT engineer, but power sector engineer, we need to concentrate on the components which are the importing, which are the using in our system. They have to be tested, at least sample wise test before that one. Maybe the MGVCL peoples are here. We sent the 3-4 smart meters to the our designated testing lab, Chennai. Some things observed. We cannot be explain that one because of there is some problem, but the something is there. So we need to be concentrate whether that meters are the secure or not. If the meter data will be transferred to anyone, and if you are manipulating, this is my case only. I was in Gurgaon and my light bill last month was the 54,000 smart meter. I am the only single person residing in there, and I went to the office at 8 o'clock and returned the home by 8 p.m. only I spend there the 12 hours, and out of that I am sleeping there. No one is there, I'm single person. But my bill was the 54,000. You can imagine. I approached to the DGVCL, Dakshid Haryana. Then the problem was there. They immediately solved, and they can adjust. That bill was not more than the 3,000 only. 3,000, okay. AC is running for the 8 hour. It is okay. I am convinced also. Even though I am I am the convinced for the payment of 10,000, and suddenly 54,000. This type of problem may become because of the cyber threats. If our PMU and FRTU data or the RTU data is transferred, then our Mendel's app cannot be controlled, because whatever the system appears, the data appears in their system can be manipulated data, and accordingly their control engineers will be take the decision, and finally the decision may be the wrong, and it will lead to the collapse of our grid. So that's maybe the one issue. Finally, I want to highlight some of the initiative. ये साइबर अटैक था नहीं? Okay. This is the system attack. Ministry of Power is so serious about this cyber security. In our ministry only, CSIRT is there. In civilian sector, the Ministry of Power is the first ministry to make the independent CSIRT. Otherwise, the other ministry also has to be, this is the mandate of the 13, other ministry also has to do, but the Ministry of Power on last year only, 23rd September, we started the CSIRT-Power with the full HR power, all the advanced equipment and cutting edge technology tools, and you can say software and the hardware as well. So we are able to do any type of incidents. Our expert teams are there, and domain knowledge experts are also there at the CSIRT-Power. Apart from that, CSIRT-Power, in consultation with the Ministry of Power, we are under the Ministry of Power, and the Ministry of Power is directing us to do this one. Cybersecurity guidelines, several SOPs, particularly on 12th of the May, 10th, 11th, and 12th of the May this year, Operation Sindoor. Our engineers sitting at control room 24/7, and they are the only fellow who protect our whole Indian grid. And finally, only some defacings and some things are observed, but the grid operation process, there was nothing happen, and the whole grid is smoothly running without a single second interrupt in the supply. So this is the great achievement for our sector. Finally, thanks to our chief guest Sahab, GSECL. Really, I came in this stage more than 6 or 7 times, delivering the lecture here only, this stage only. But this was also my aim that yes, this is the good place to organize this one. Even the Bandopadhyay Sahab is there on a single call, he ready to conduct this workshop. So I was very happy, and even I explained our teams also, this is good place. If it is possible, you maybe bring your family, because our work is along with our social life also. We cannot be only the work, otherwise imbalance, and stress will be developed in our mind, and finally we are not discharged as per our whatever the capability. Now, thanks to the most of the chief engineers here present, our teams, and participants from the Chhattisgarh, from the Maharashtra, from the Madhya Pradesh, from the Goa, DDDNH, and all part, even the Gujarat, from the Porbandar and something, the PGVCL came from that side, the UGVCL and other officers has come. Thank you very much. Only thing is that please take part actively, participate actively, and whatever what are the challenges you face, you share with our expert. Our expert will be only delivering the whatever their experience, but your real time experience you can share with them, and we'll discuss then bilaterally here, and finally try to find out the solution, and that will be helpful as a collaborative approach. Whatever our Bandopadhyay sir told, that the collaborative approach will be the best solution to mitigate, to handle the cyber security threats. Finally, thanks to the one and all, Viksit Bharat, cyber secure power sector. Thank you very much. Thanks to the all.
Thank you, sir. CSIRT is really driving change by building awareness and strengthening cybersecurity in power sector. And GSECL is really proud to be part of this effort. Thank you, sir. Now, to give you a glimpse of the impactful work being carried out by CSIRT-Power, we will now show a short video.
The establishment of sector-specific CSIRT was mandated by the National Cybersecurity Policy 2013. In April 2023, Ministry of Power created CSIRT-Power, comprising a dedicated team of security experts committed to safeguard the cybersecurity of India's critical power infrastructure. Today, we unveil the state-of-the-art facility of the CSIRT-Power that will spearhead the fight against cyber threats in the power sector. CSIRT-Power is the nodal agency for cybersecurity in power sector, equipped with cutting-edge technologies and systems to mitigate cyber threats. Its primary role is to ensure cyber resilience in the power sector by protecting critical infrastructure from cyber threats. Additionally, it will focus on development strategies to mitigate vulnerabilities, enhance grid resilience, and ensure compliance with regulatory standards. The heart of this facility is the state-of-the-art Security Operations Center, having real-time cybersecurity threat monitoring capabilities. Every reported incident is tracked from detection to resolution. This system will be integrated with national cybersecurity agencies like CERT-In and NCIIPC for coordinated response. The new digital forensic lab is equipped with advanced forensic facilities, having industry-grade FredX servers and latest forensic software tools to support comprehensive digital investigations, extract digital evidences, and conduct in-depth memory forensics. CSIRT-Power has already analyzed reported cybersecurity incidents and has provided assistance to power utilities for their resolution. Site visits of many power sector utilities have been carried out to review cybersecurity preparedness. Several workshops have been conducted for capacity building. CSIRT-Power is an important milestone to ensure the reliability of critical power infrastructure. It represents Ministry of Power commitment to secure the power sector against ever-evolving cyber threat landscapes. To learn more, visit our website at csirtpower.gov.in.
That was an insightful video. Next, I invite Shri Mahesh Mehendale, Executive Director, WRLDC, to grace the stage and address the gathering.
Good morning all. Respected Srinivas ji, CISO Grid India, Rathod sir, our cyberman, Gupta ji, Vasava ji, and all dignitaries. It has indeed been pleasure to be here with you, and I really feel honored to stand before you to say very proudful achievements of our sector. We have been making tremendous progress in the cyber area, as we understood initially that interconnection is an essential thing for power system. Similarly, interconnection for the data is an essential requirement for the grid management. When we started interconnecting the networks, we started adding the risks as well. So looking at the back periods, about if you go by 5 years, 7 years, we were hardly aware about cyber sector. Rathod sir must be knowing we were all weak even for first cyber incidents which I faced in somewhere around 2023. We were not knowing even how to extract the logs. As WRDC, we were not knowing how to extract logs. From today and that day onwards, we will see the change that Rathod sir just mentioned about post-Pahalgam. There were about 2 lakh attacks, which was also officially mentioned on the power sector of India. And we have successfully averted any incident on the grid operation or successfully supplying power to the end consumer, maintaining our resilience completely available. But the challenges are really, really many. Some of you must have read an international article which confirmed the recent attack on Norway. One of the hydropower plant experienced a cyber attack, and the attackers opened the gates of the hydro plant. Now we all understand very well how severe this can have impacts, and I mean, we really will have that cyber physical crisis if at all we are not, kind of keeping fit. And if you go back to the investigation report, which I just released last month, the primary cause of that the lapse was the password, weak password of the access control system to the floodgate mechanism. Now, that is why the concern is the man behind the machine is equally important. We are all operating the very sophisticated equipments, running machineries, but do we really prepare ourselves to keep our systems healthy and keep ourselves alert? As we were graduating over the last 5 to 7 years in the cyber domain, the co-pilots became autopilots, and now we are with the automation running with the chat GPT and maybe Gemini. But yes, there are risks about the the way we use them, the way we understand the risks into it, the way we use their capabilities, because they have capabilities probably more than what we think and what we intend to use. They are able to map us. They are able to map our thought process. They are able to replicate our actions, and maybe they will be able to replicate our responses to their responses. So the systems are evolving. We are going into the agentic AI, where our agents will be operating for us. Many of us will be having already, but the agentic AI will also give a risk, more risk, particularly if you are orchestrating them. And then, of course, the systems that we use isolate and prepare ourselves for maintaining the grid safe. So finally, I'll thank all of you and request you to make best use of this workshop. I again thank the organizers and CSIRT in particular to give me an opportunity to stand before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for not only highlighting the critical challenges, but also offering the practical insights. Thank you so much. With great pleasure, may I call upon Shri Shailesh Kumar Gupta, Executive Director, SECI, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Very good morning and warm welcome to all of you. I feel a lot of privilege and honor that I am given this opportunity to say something about the cybersecurity. As all you are aware, the cybersecurity is not a kind of choice. It is a kind of now imperative that every organization in the sector has to be cybersecurity compliant. As far as SECI, Solar Energy Corporation of India, I am from Solar Energy Corporation of India. we have been given the mandate to see the cybersecurity compliance in the RE sector. SECI will be coming up. We will be saying or informing other power utilities and saying that what are the kind of things has to be done in the sector. We are developing a special portal for this, for knowledge sharing for portal, which give all the data access about the different utilities working in this RE field. That portal will launch very soon. The CSIRT-Power is the agency who is giving a lot of insights and about the cybersecurity. Every power utility has to be cybersecurity compliant, and importance of the cybersecurity is very much well known to everyone. This session, this kind of the conference, give a lot of insight to understand that what we can share the knowledge and then get the things our more better way of working. This, as you know, the RE power also is one of the major segment of the total power generation capacity. We have already more than 200 gigawatt capacity has been commissioned of out of 450 gigawatt capacity. This will further going to increase around 500 gigawatt capacity by 2030. This sector is evolving. Everything is getting digitized. In this digital world, the cybersecurity importance become more important. I wish that every one of you who attend the seminar get the best of the knowledge and then get the kind of thing which can work further. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your insights, showing that with right cybersecurity measures and capacity building, we can safeguard our power sector. I invite Shri T. Srinivas, Executive Director and Chief Information Security Officer, Grid India, to grace the stage and address the gathering. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning to you all, respected guests sitting on the dais and other dignitaries who have come for this workshop. I welcome you all to all the delegates to this cybersecurity workshop. It's really great privilege and honor for me before standing you and giving you the chief guest as a chief guest. I'm really honored. I'm thrilled also, I would say. And on this occasion, I want to thank all the organizers who has done very good arrangements here. And actually, like our Rathore Sahab told, actually, the meeting workshop organizing at this location, it is really nice and very beautiful, and where the unity of the India government of our India has been taken by say Vallabhbhai Patel, and on the same foot of the here we are uniting ourselves to in the electricity sector. We want to be one unity, and we want to be show that actually we are the power engineers, and we will work for the national grid and operation of the grid without any interruption. And we are very proud to have national grid and do that power sector this one. In this one, I thank the organizers, CSET MOP and Gujarat State Electricity Gujarat State Corporation for this one. And before me, I think all the speakers has spoken about the importance of the cyber security, other issues. Before that, just I want to give you, people have told actually, everybody is telling digital transformation is happening, and we are rapidly increasing our internet infrastructures, smart grids, smart metering is there, and remote operations are there, and so much renewable generations we are integrating, and distributed energy resources we are integrating. So much everybody is telling. Now, if you go, why the cyber security awareness nowadays is becoming very much important, if you understand actually. Just before, I want to give you a brief history, like Rathore Sahab told. Earlier, if you see, our power systems very closely operated. If you see any IT, OT systems are there, which are, I think all your power engineers, everybody knows this one. Just I want to give a brief how the volume of one gigantic the problem of cyber security is very much important in this era. So if you see that one, we are working in the closed loop actually. Our IT systems or OT systems are very closed. Nothing is exposed to the outer world actually. Very specific is there. Suppose if you see in substations, communication is there, only PLCC communication. So it is never has exposed to outside world. Very close this one is, and very suppose thermal generators also is there, very closely control systems are there, which is nothing given to the internet. So that type of world when we are secure, that way we are secure, people are feeling. And now when we came out actually in the recent years, majorly first when we go for renewable energy generation actually, where you are having much more generation distributed this one, and where the communication has to happen from different vendors and different multimedia is there. And next one is actually, suppose if you see now recently is happening where we are going for the solar rooftop solars. And now we are saying earlier, if you remember, the metering systems also is there, or mechanical meters, everything is there. Now we are going for the smart grid, smart meters, and now the substations also remote control operations we are doing. We are not sitting at the locations locally. Now we are able to do the operations of the switching of the grid elements by sitting at the control centers. The same way grid operations also is doing remotely. We are switching on the lines. All these things are happening. So once when you are having the digitalization, everything is there. So the issues of the cyber security, the issues will come here where the importance of the cyber security is coming into picture. So here in this case, now our CSIRT MOP, as sir told actually, CSIRT is coming into picture, and they are looking like a guards, like our military says actually guarding our country. Same way now CSIRT MOP, CSIRT I can say, in that way they are the front runners actually for the whole power sector actually, for the Ministry of Power. They are guiding CSIRT MOP is guiding to all the utilities. So we as a Grid India, we are also hand-holding with them, and like other state SLDCs also hand-holding and doing the cyber security operations, and the systems should be in place. Like sir told actually during Operation Sindoor time, it is really a challenge because we are much, as the systems are internet and chat GPT are saying actually so many things openly is given, and our smart metering every each SLDC our states are now metering is happening through smart meters, and they're able to servers it is there, and websites are there where the connections whatever may be there, everything is on the websites. Now it has become to public, and which is very prominent or to be attacked by cyber attackers. So as the technology always gives you edge, also the same way it gives you disadvantage also. So one should be very sure and clear how to safeguard myself. So that is a major one thing is there, and in that one CSAT is giving a good hand, and this type of workshops conducting that one, as sir told actually, the ministers, honorable minister has given the mandate to have the cyber security awareness workshops where the cyber security issues will be threadbare discussed. What is the threat platforms are there, where people can be having the awareness and knowledge, and how to mitigate that issues has to be done. So the last I want to say, the people here workshop who are there actually actively participate and do the justice for the future. This one where the IT infrastructure is growing like enormously. Now, if you see, whenever you are connecting, like I told, smart metering, smart grid, every operations are there. Your IT infrastructure is getting, and same way OT infrastructure also getting extended in a very large scale way. Now, if it comes to be the rooftop solars, so now consumer is becoming prosumer. Now both the sides, now communication has to happen. Like the power is going to the consumer, and the same way consumer to grid also power is coming. So the both way communications are happening. So that creates more problem, more number of people. Earlier, if you remember, actually, people are telling very small, suppose thousands of people are there who are working in the power systems. Now the consumers, everybody comes into the system. Then you think of how many really, if you can say 140 crore people like over there, nearly if you take 10% in that one, who are there actively involved also, it is very huge number, huge infrastructure. and where we have to be very actively have to be cyber security resilient actually. So with all these things, I thank for me giving the opportunity here. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for stressing that as the power sector evolves, strengthening cybersecurity remains vital to secure our critical infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, to showcase the journey of and achievements of GSECL, now let us watch a short video presentation.
Sustainable energy. Gujarat is committed to realizing Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat at 2047. And the state has been working relentlessly towards these visions. At the heart of this transformation lies GSECL, a force powering not just homes, but also ambitions. Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, an endeavor of Energy and Petrochemical Department, Government of Gujarat. For over 60 years, GSECL has been the engine driving this progress. We illuminate homes, fuel industries, and empower lives. The GSECL has been approved the status of power generating company by the Government of Gujarat to undertake new power projects. Since 1961, we have been the backbone of Gujarat's energy infrastructure. From the towering structures of thermal plants to the solar power project, we've constantly evolved, driven by a vision to be a global leader in efficient power generation. Coal thermal power station, with Varadbori contributing 2,270 megawatt, Ukai 1,110 megawatt, Gandhinagar 630 megawatt, Sika 500 megawatt. Lignite thermal power station, with Kutch 150 megawatt, Bhavnagar 500 megawatt. Gas-based power station, with Dhuvaran 595 megawatt, Uttran 375 megawatt. Hydropower station, with Ukai 300 megawatt, Ukai LBC 5 megawatt, Kadana 240 megawatt, Panam 2 megawatt, solar 563 megawatt, and 10 megawatt from wind. We've fueled the state's progress with a total installed capacity of 7,240 megawatt and 25,000 megawatt more on the horizon till 2032, embracing both conventional and renewable sources. GSECL is focused on augmenting capacity through supercritical conventional projects. As we embark on this journey, we witness the dynamic shift from conventional power to the promise of a renewable future. The sun has become the newest source of energy. From the first solar park in Charanka to the massive Radha Nesada solar plants, we are harnessing Gujarat's abundant sunshine with over 563 megawatt of solar power already operational and 1,000 megawatt more on the horizon till 2032, signifying our unwavering dedication to cleaner energy solutions. Our initiative of Kisan Suryoday Yojana aims to boost solar energy production and offer affordable electricity to farmers during the day. It focuses on establishing grid-connected solar PV projects on available government wasteland. This transition from conventional to clean energy will be a testament to Gujarat's leadership in renewable energy, illuminating not just homes, but also industries and aspirations. However, our story isn't just about monumental plans, but innovative strides. Innovation is at the heart of our strategy. Harnessing the potential of floating solar plants on reservoirs to pioneering battery storage systems and exploring pump hydro storage herald a new era in GSECL's energy landscape, promising a greener, more sustainable tomorrow. Our heartbeat is in the communities we touch. We are deeply invested in responsible energy generation, with a focus on environmental protection and social upliftment. We believe in illuminating not just homes, but also lives and empowering communities. Through our Swarnim Urja Trust, we invest in health, education, and infrastructure. GSECL isn't just powering Gujarat, it's igniting a paradigm shift. We believe that every watt of energy is a promise of progress, prosperity, and a brighter tomorrow. As we stride forward, hand in hand with innovation and commitment, we pledge to power progress driven by sustainability, not just for today, but for the generations to come. Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, powering Gujarat, illuminating lives.
It is indeed a matter of pride to be a part of GSECL, an organization that continues to drive progress in power sector. Up next, we will be presenting an overview of GUVNL and GSECL, highlighting its journey, achievements, and initiatives in cybersecurity. May I request Shri C.N. Pendor, AGM IT, GUVNL, and Shri V.M. Dodia, Senior Manager, IT and CISO, GSECL, to kindly take us through the detailed presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the dignitaries sitting on the dais and the dignitaries who are in front of me and the officers from the different states who have traveled here to grace the occasion. And I am also thankful to CSIRT for organizing and giving us opportunity to have this workshop at the beautiful location of Statue of Unity. As you know, internet now has become our daily routine, and it has given us ease and the mobile on our fingertips to do the daily activities. With ease, there will always come some threats. So in order to how to overcome the threats, this workshop is helpful to us in our daily life. Now, our routine life is connected to the internet. Shopping has become very easy. Banking has become very easy. Even the education, it has become easy. So with ease, always it comes threat. This type of workshops is going to help us. See, technological advancement doesn't give threat, but the lack of awareness that brings the threat to us. So I would request each and every participant to kindly go through the entire section of this workshop. Threat begins with us. How to protect ourselves, that begins with us. So we are the pioneer, and this type of workshop will help us to protect ourselves, to protect our infrastructure, and to protect the nations. Now, I would ask Vijay Dodia, Senior Manager IT, to walk through the presentation and walk through what GUVNL and GSECL has done up till now to protect ourselves and the measures we have taken for the cybersecurity.
Good morning to all of you, MOP members and that GSECL GUVNL members and DISCOMs. I'm presenting myself as a CISO, GSECL, and on behalf of GVNL. Cybersecurity awareness workshop for strengthening cybersecurity digitization in power sector. GVNL is holding company of the state power utility. Subsidiaries GSECL, Generation, JETCO, DGVCL, MGVCL, PGVCL, and UGVCL. Mission is reliable, affordable, and secure power supply with focus on cyber resilience and digital growth. Core responsibility of GSECL is power generation with thermal, hydro, gas, lignite, and solar. Pioneering digitalization, cybersecurity for plant operations. Focus on secured OT and IT system, digital monitoring and optimization, safety and reliable of power generation assets. Needs of cybersecurity in power sector. Growing cyber threats to critical infrastructure, power sector part of the nation's critical infrastructure. Risks are remote attacks, ransomware, SCADA, OT compromises. Compliance with the CEA, CERT, MOP, and national security directives. Key cybersecurity initiatives from GSECL and GNL are secure internet redundant connectivity via BSNL and PGTL only for OT and IT. Sir, in this पहले हमारे यहाँ पे सिर्फ BSNL कनेक्टिविटी होता था सभी पावर स्टेशन में. हमने GVNL के साथ बात करके हमने PGTL का भी कनेक्शन लिया है. सर इसलिए लिया है कि सर पहले क्या था कि हमारे पावर स्टेशन बहुत रिमोट लोकेशन पे है, तो वहाँ पे कनेक्टिविटी का ही सबसे ज़्यादा इश्यू होता था. तो अभी क्या है कि हमने एक इनिशिएशन किया है, PGTL कनेक्टिविटी हमने स्टार्ट कर दी है सभी पावर स्टेशन में, जिससे क्या होगा कि सभी को एक कनेक्टिविटी, एक स्मूथ कनेक्टिविटी मिलेगी. तो ये और वो भी हमने PGTL से ही लिया है क्योंकि वो हमारा ही एक पार्ट है. तो ये हमने पहला काम किया है. दूसरा है सर, जो भी हमारी स्काडा सिस्टम है, OT की जो भी एसेट्स है हमारी, उसको रिमोट एक्सेस देना पड़ता है OEM को. कोई भी काम हो तो उसके लिए प्रिविलेज एक्सेस मैनेजमेंट का एक प्रोसेस हम कर रहे हैं अभी, तो वो भी आगे हो जाएगा. कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव साइबर सिक्योरिटी असेसमेंट. सर अभी हमने OT और IT का ऑडिट भी हमने स्टार्ट करवा लिया है.
Applications,
लो सर.
do audit every 6 months. Last audit of applications has been carried out to the MPanel list of MPanel cybersecurity auditors that we did in February 25. Current is going on. As far as infrastructure is concerned, we have MPanel CDEC who has performed the cybersecurity audit on our infrastructure, critical infrastructure. SLDC, again, they have done their cybersecurity audit. So the processes which has been given by CSIRT, CEA or CERT, that is been strictly followed. We are just in the process of taking the ISO certification 27001. That process is going on. Other measures regarding the cybersecurity trainings. So monthly we are conducting a cybersecurity training across the locations, either that is by GSEC, GNL, and subsidiaries also. So that is again at place. As far as PAM as also we have implemented to give the privilege as remote operation is mandatory. To avoid certain privileges, this PAM has been used. Then assessment daily, monthly or weekly, that is going on. Multiple number of patches which has been required, that again we are implementing. We have placed our all the applications, that is public application, it has been monitored by National Forensic Science Laboratory. Again, CERT is also monitoring our applications. GNL itself has been monitoring the application, and our state data center. Gujarat has their own state data center. It has again been monitored there also. So 3 level of monitoring of applications has been there, and multiple numbers of threats, multiple number of IPs which are being attacked at our GNL data center and state data. Gujarat is having two data centers. One is hosted by state data center Gujarat, and the second is GNL. So any such events which is happening in Gujarat, then two data center that is under in the threats, it has been monitored at the 3 levels. So we are protecting we are trying to protect our all the infrastructure, data centers, even the critical infrastructures.
Okay. Sir, whatever the applications we are now developing, it is certified by the CERT, and we are using that all the websites with GIGW guideline only. And in all that IT and OT equipments, we are now processing for the second generation industrial grade firewall also, and data diode at power station level. That is also in processor. Digitalization and digitization efforts is that GSECL has now started for the centralized real-time performance monitoring systems, documents and record management system, centralized safety management software with online PTW, geotagging of assets and QR-based inventory management systems, centralized e-logbook system across power plant. That whatever we are writing on that dash with that operators and engineers on that with the manual entry, now it is now converted with that online entry, which will help in that that previous that shutdown or startup activities and all. We can go forward and we can plan accordingly. Another thing that DC, SG and DSM management software from the digital secure ecosystem that enables GSECL to accurate declare available capacity, monitoring, optimization, actual generation, session generation, balance demand and supply through DSM programs. That softwares we are already now in process. Safety and surveillance systems, implementation of centralized safety management systems that we have already discussed. STQC certified CCTV camera for that power plant. Now that recent that November recent guideline of that government also for that also now implemented. Now that auxiliary power consumption monitoring systems, energy meter monitoring systems for real-time tracking of auxiliary power consumption. That now अभी क्या हो रहा है सर कि जो भी हमारा जो ऑक्सिलरी जो है ना उसका रीडिंग मैन्युअली लेते हैं या तो उसका कुछ सेंट्रली एक पावर स्टेशन में होता है। तो अभी हमने ये सब क्या किया कि सभी को एनर्जी मीटर से कनेक्ट कर सभी पावर से सभी जो ऑक्सिलरी जो है ना एक डैश पे हमने लाके रख दिया है। तो उससे क्या होगा कि उसमें कुछ भी मॉनिटर में कुछ पैरामीटर में कुछ इश्यू हो रहा है तो इमीडिएटली हमको पता चल गया कि ऑक्सिलरी कैसे कौन सी ऑक्सिलरी में कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, एम्पियर किस में कम मतलब पैरामीटर से कम ज़्यादा हो रहा है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली वो मॉनिटर करेंगे तो अच्छा उस परफॉर्मेंस देगा। डेटा ड्रिवन डिसीजन में इसके में वो हो जाएगा। Benefits of cyber security and digitization initiatives: enhance cyber resilience for IT and OT systems, increase operational efficiency and data-driven decision making, improved safety standards in hazardous environment, compliance with national cyber security and GIGW guidelines, strengthened business continuity and disaster recovery framework. Roadmap: expansion of data development across OT network, continuous cyber security maturity. OT जो सर अभी डेटा डायोड के बारे में हम सर अभी क्या है कि सेंट्रलाइज परफॉर्मेंस मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम हम ओपीसी से डेटा ले रहे हैं। ओपीसी से जो स्काडा पीएलसी जो है हमारी, तो वहाँ से हम डेटा लेकर यहाँ पे सिर्फ रिव्यूइंग के लिए ले रहे हैं। तो सर उसमें क्या वन वे कम्युनिकेशन चाहिए, तो उसके लिए हम सभी जगह पे डेटा डायोड का भी इम्प्लीमेंट अभी कर रहे हैं। कंटिन्यूस साइबर सिक्योरिटी मैच्योरिटी असेसमेंट, centralized log management and integration of IT and OT device with SIMs, SOC setup with SIM dashboard, integrated with data center at GNL. सर हमारा सभी का जो डेटा जो ट्रांसमिशन जो हो रहा है वो सर सिक्योरली GNL से हो रहा है। तो GNL के सर कोऑर्डिनेशन से हम लोग बहुत अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं। AML based threat analysis and predictive cyber defense, integration with State Energy Department Cybersecurity Command and Control Center for statewide monitoring. Cybersecurity is not an option, it is necessary for securing critical power infrastructure for GML, JetCode, GSECL and DISCOMs.
Sir, we are on verge of implementing SOC. Just a week back, we had a meeting with WRLDC, and yes, they have given some insight, and they have implemented some monitoring tool at our data center to how to monitor and how to segregate IT and OT. So we are on the phase of implementing SOC at GNL data center, along with the power sectors, power plants also. So this is the roadmap. This will help us to protect our infrastructure. And next move, the creation of data center, a green data center, and to protect IT and OT and segregation of IT and OT. That is the roadmap of GNL. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The presentation truly reflects the remarkable efforts of GUVNL and GSECL and its commitment to take these initiatives even further in the years to come. May I now invite Shri Ashish Loya, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power, to deliver the vote of thanks for today's program.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege to extend vote of thanks on behalf of CSIRT-Power and GSECL at the conclusion of this insightful inaugural session of the cybersecurity workshop for the power sector. First and foremost, our sincere thanks to our Chief Guest Sri Srinivas Saab, ED and CISO Grid India, for inaugurating the today's workshop and sharing his insightful, valuable thoughts on the growing relevance of the cybersecurity in power sector. Sir, your guidance has truly set the tone for the today's workshop and inspired all of us to think more on the strategically about the cyber resilience. We are equally grateful to Sri Somesh Bandyopadhyay Saab, MD GSECL, who joined us through virtual VC for his insightful address and continued support towards strengthening the cybersecurity posture of the power utilities. Sir, your words have highlighted the importance of the proactive planning and inter-agency coordination in tracking the emerging cyber threats. We are equally grateful to our special guest of honor, Sri Mahesh Mandle Saab, ED WLDC, Sri DH Basawa Saab, ED GSECL, Sri Shailesh Gupta Saab, ED SECI, and Sri LK Rathore Saab, Director CSIRT-Power, Ministry of Power, for sparing valuable time for the workshop. Also, our thanks to all the dignitaries of the dais present here today for gracing the occasion and lending their support. We also acknowledge the efforts of the organizing team from CSIRT-Power and GSECL, whose seamless coordination has made this event possible. Finally, a big thank you to all the participants from various organizations, departments across the Western region who have joined us today. For your presence reflect the shared commitment to securing our critical power infrastructure. We look forward to the technical sessions ahead and hope that this workshop serves as a meaningful platform for collaboration, learning, and action for making power sector cyber resilience. Thank you all once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Let us now all stand together for national anthem, please.
जनगणमनाधिनायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ कलवङ्गा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We will now take a short break. Please come back in 15 minutes by 11:35. And after that, we'll continue our presentations by our delegates. Please proceed to dining hall for tea and refreshments. Yeah. I'm sorry, it is available in this conference hall only.
GSECL has accumulated over 15 years of extensive experience in solar projects, implementing global best practices. Leveraging the ample sunlight availability and propelled by the visionary initiatives of the Gujarat government, the state has consistently led solar power generation in India. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi unveiled an ambitious goal for India, aiming to achieve an installed capacity of 500 gigawatt in non-fossil energy sources, contributing to fulfilling 50% of the nation's energy needs through diverse renewable energy initiatives. Under the leadership of Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the Gujarat government has initiated several policy measures to foster the development of renewable energy RE projects within the state. The ambitious objective is to install 30 gigawatt of renewable energy, a pivotal element of Atmanirbhar Bharat, driving substantial efforts to meet this target. The Kisan Suryodaya Yojana aims to boost solar energy production and offer affordable electricity to farmers during the day. It focuses on establishing grid-connected solar PV projects on available government wasteland. GSECL has been tasked with developing around 2,500 megawatt of solar capacity under this initiative. Achieving the targeted 2,500 megawatt capacity is estimated to curtail approximately 49.41 lakh tons of CO2 emissions annually, ensuring sustained electricity availability for the next 25 years. This groundbreaking initiative, spearheaded by the government of Gujarat, stands as the first of its kind in the country. To execute these projects, GSECL conducted extensive research to pinpoint available land near existing and planned GETCO substations. The launch of the Kisan Suryodaya Yojana heralded green energy generation through the utilization of fallow land, leading to reduced carbon emissions. As a result, farmers are now set to receive cost-effective daytime electricity, bolstering the rural economy and minimizing risks associated with nighttime fieldwork. Key features and benefits of scheme: to generate power without causing environmental pollution, to conserve fertile and valuable land by utilizing wasteland not allocated for agriculture, grazing, community activities, or infrastructure development, to increase efficiency by providing power to farmers during the daytime instead of nighttime, thus minimizing the risk to the farmers from wildlife and other accidents. To offer affordable electricity to farmers and end consumers. To minimize transmission and distribution, T&D losses, and related expenses. To ensure adequate power supply to every village. To facilitate social and economic development within villages and local communities. Within this program, GSECL has initiated 188.5 megawatt solar PV projects at 7 sites and is actively implementing 637.5 megawatt solar PV projects across 20 locations. Simultaneously, land acquisition processes are underway to meet the necessary capacity to attain the predefined target. These farmer-centric solar projects aim to deliver affordable daytime electricity, contributing significantly to overcoming multiple challenges and enhancing overall quality of life. GSECL remains steadfast in its dedication to advancing the nation's clean energy objectives. Kisan Suryoday Yojana. Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited, GSECL, has accumulated over 50 the ample sunlight availability and propelled by the visionary initiatives of the Gujarat government. The state has consistently led solar power generation in India. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi unveiled an ambitious goal for India, aiming to achieve an installed capacity of 500 gigawatt in non-fossil energy sources, contributing to fulfilling 50% of the nation's energy needs through diverse renewable energy initiatives. Under the leadership of Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the Gujarat government has initiated several policy measures to foster the development of renewable energy, RE projects within the state. The ambitious objective is to install 30 gigawatt of renewable energy, a pivotal element of Atmanirbhar Bharat, driving substantial efforts to meet this target. The Kisan Suryoday Yojana aims to boost solar energy production and offer affordable electricity to farmers during the day. It focuses on establishing grid-connected solar PV projects on available government wasteland. GSECL has been tasked with developing around 2,500 megawatt of solar capacity under this initiative. Achieving the targeted 2,500 megawatt capacity is estimated to curtail approximately 49.41 lakh tons of CO2 emissions annually, ensuring sustained electricity availability for the next 25 years. This groundbreaking initiative, spearheaded by the government of Gujarat, stands as the first of its kind in the country. To execute these projects, GSECL conducted extensive research to pinpoint available land near existing and planned JETCO substations. The launch of the Kisan Suryoday Yojana heralded green energy generation through the utilization of fallow land, leading to reduced carbon emissions. As a result, farmers are now set to receive cost-effective daytime electricity, bolstering the rural economy and minimizing risks associated with nighttime fieldwork. Key features and benefits of scheme: to generate power without causing environmental pollution, to conserve fertile and valuable land by utilizing wasteland not allocated for agriculture, grazing, community activities, or infrastructure development, to increase efficiency by providing power to farmers during the daytime instead of nighttime, thus minimizing the risk to the farmers from wildlife and other accidents, to offer affordable electricity to farmers and end consumers, to minimize transmission and distribution, T&D losses, and related expenses, to ensure adequate power supply to every village, to facilitate social and economic development within villages and local communities. Within this program, GSECL has initiated 188.5 megawatt solar PV projects at 7 sites and is actively implementing 637.5 megawatt solar PV projects across 20 locations. Simultaneously, land acquisition processes are underway to meet the necessary capacity to attain the predefined target. These farmer-centric solar projects aim to deliver affordable daytime electricity, contributing significantly to overcoming multiple challenges and enhancing overall quality of life. GSECL remains steadfast in its dedication to advancing the nation's clean energy objectives. Kisan Suryoday Yojana.
जय जय ये सर को दे दो. Ladies and gentlemen, please reassemble to your seats. We are soon going to start our sessions.
हो गया ना, किस किस को बोलना है, बुलाना है वहाँ पे.
वही है ना सर, गणवेश सर नहीं है.
गौरी चंद नहीं आ रहे, त्रिपाठी साहब है और गिरवाला साहब और चौधरी साहब, उनको इनवाइट करना है आगे.
I request you all to kindly return to your seats. We are soon going to start our sessions. Please reassemble to your seats. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. Now we are going to start our sessions. This time we are going it a little different. Instead of moving directly from one presentation to another, our session chairs will engage with speakers, with each session asking questions as well as sharing their insights. Moving on with our first presentation, I'm pleased to invite Shri Prateek Srivastava, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power, to share the insights on cybersecurity in power sector, capacity building, and role of CSIRT. As session chairs, I request Shri P.B. Patel, Chief Engineer, Gandhinagar TPS, and Shri S.K. Chandrakar, GM, WRLDC. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause.
So good morning to everybody, and welcome to this wonderful place. And before starting, I would like to express gratitude to GSECL and the entire organizing team for wonderfully organizing this event and their wonderful hospitality. I hope everybody is enjoying this. And respected session chairs and esteemed dais members, our participants. So my name is Prateek Srivastava, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power, and I'll be presenting. My presentation is on cybersecurity in power sector and role of CSIRT-Power. So with your permission, Session Chair, I would like to begin with the presentation. Please, who are having tea, I would request that kindly settle down so that we can, we are running a little behind the schedule so that we can catch up with the schedule. So I'll be covering in my presentation the major, brief outline is presented on the screen. Cybersecurity overview, cybersecurity in power sector, and then overview of CSIRT Power, then the major achievements that we have achieved till now, and the way forward for CSIRT Power, and the vision we have for the power sector. So what is cybersecurity? I think everybody is well aware of this term, cybersecurity, as Rathore sir also delved into the meaning of each of these terms. Cybersecurity, what is cyber and what is security, and how these combine. It's the much hyped term in the today's world. So as we know that everybody now, we are very much dependent on digital systems have become an inseparable part of our life. We cannot imagine our life without the mobile devices that we are carrying, without the internet that we are relying upon for every aspect of our life. So cybersecurity is the practice of protecting systems, networks, programs from digital attacks, as well as individual from the digital attack. So In our daily life, I mean, we or our family members, our peers, ourselves also may have come across something like this, some letter from some law enforcement agency with the logo of law enforcement agency, somebody calling also citing to be from some law enforcement agency and accusing that our credentials have been used in some malified kind of actions. So such uh, such memos, such calls are most likely spams, or they are trying to counterfeit, they are trying to trap you in some kind of digital arrest. So before acting impulsively on these things, it is better to apply your judgment. We are all educated people. We can advise our peers also who are seeking advice on these things to apply our judgment first, check the authenticity of these kind of memos and such kind of calls. So just this is how, I mean, the as our dependence on digital system is increasing, such kind of incidents are becoming more and more sophisticated, more and more clever. And not only these kind of attacks are now having your profile developed with them. All your social media information is available with them, where you are born, from where you have done your graduation, where are you working, what are your family members, everything is available with them. With deepfake also, your facial and all these things performa are generated with them, so they are now very much equipped with all the information, so it's better to be aware of these things. So these are some alarming figures. On the left side, you can see the year-wise number of incidents and digital arrest scams and cyber crimes reported on NCRP, National Cyber Crime Reporting Portal, from 2022 to 2024 across the 3 years. As you can see, on the right side, you have the defrauded amount in crores. As you can see, it was in 2022, it was close to 100 crores, and in 2024, it has increased tremendously to around 2,000 crores. Just the magnitude, the sheer magnitude, the growth rate of these kind of the financial implication, you can be very well appreciate the seriousness it bears with it. On the right side, you have the year-wise number of cybersecurity incidents as per CERT-In from 2020 to 2024. There is again a sharp increase. Also, these figures also represent one thing for sure, that we are becoming more aware. We are reporting these incidents so that these are surfacing on the media, surfacing on the government websites, portals. People are becoming aware. But at the same time, these figures raise an alarming, and these, I mean, these are kind of an alarms that where we are heading with these things. So also you may come across many of these news that a doctor was digital arrested for and some defrauded amount, 10 crores were drawn. Many such things we are coming across in daily life. So now coming to the cyber attacks, particularly directed towards our power sector. So these are common cyber attacks: malware, phishing, denial of service attack, SQL injection. So these are the major cyber attacks directed towards the power sector. Everybody is aware, malware, then malicious software like viruses and worms are designed to gain unauthorized access. Then we have phishing, where attackers impersonate and try to get some information from the individuals. And then we have denial of service attack, where the portals are being attacked so that these services are hindered. Then we have SQL injection for harvesting the credentials and important informations present on the websites. These are some of the common cyber attacks, the global scenario on the power sector. So beginning 2014, USA energy sector attack, then Turkish power grid attack in 2013, 2016, Ukraine's power grid attack, Industrial, which was followed by the major 2015 attack on the Ukraine's power grid. So these kind of attacks are mostly state sponsored, and they have the sophistication of entering into the OT systems. That is where the game takes another turn. When till the time it is at the IT surface, it's still we can tolerate. But when the attacks begin creeping into our OT systems, that's when the game takes a new turn. So as you can see on the screen, 2015 cyber attack on the Ukrainian power grid. So on December 23, 2015 at 3:30 p.m., 4 districts, Kiev, Paikarpatia, and Chernivtsi electric control systems. So these were attacked by the cyber attack, and as you can see on the right side, how the attacker gained the access to the OT system. It entered. So as you can see, the attacker gained access to the internet system into the IT system. It bypassed the firewall, and from the firewall on the IT network, it reached to the OT side. And the OT side, what it did, it gained control of the SCADA system. It gained control of the circuit breakers and everything. And what it did next, it changed the credentials so that the grid controllers cannot take control of the system back again. And that is how they did this. And as you can see, more than 50 substations were affected by this incident, and about 6 hours loss of 130 megawatt of power. After that, the load operators were able to gain control of the system. Some of the initiatives taken by the Ministry of Power for ensuring cybersecurity preparedness in Indian power sector. As you can see on the screen, CEA, Central Electricity Authority, cybersecurity in power sector guidelines were issued in 2021, which are now in place and mandatory as per CERC's Indian Electricity Grid Code. These are the current, the guidelines are the current regulatory frameworks that are in place, being empowered from IGC, and these are the guiding principles as of now. Then we have constitution of sectoral CERTs within the power sector in each of the subsectors with thermal, hydro, transmission, grid operation, distribution, renewable. We have in place our sectoral CERTs. Then we have the Ministry of Power then thought that there needs to be a nodal agency for power sector, and CSIRT-Power at CEA was established as an extended arm of CERT in April 2023. At CSIRT-Power, we are now continuously performing incident analysis. We are monitoring all the logs of all the utilities. We continuously review the cybersecurity preparedness of these power sector utilities. And then cybersecurity regulations by CA are also in draft stage, and they will be soon published. The public comments were sought, and those have been incorporated. It is being taken at the ministry level. The Ministry of Power has announced Trusted Product and Trusted Sources scheme for catching the supply chain risks that are associated with the device and equipments being used in the power sector. And also, Ministry of Power is pushing for the development of cybersecurity testing infrastructure. Presently, CPRI is majorly performing the cybersecurity testing, and Ministry of Power is providing the funding support also for increasing the umbrella of testing. So about CSIRT-Power, as you can see on the screen, it was established in 2023 April by Ministry of Power order. Then the works for the facility were awarded, and in September 2024 it was inaugurated by our Honorable Minister of Power on September 2024. Then at present we are having a security operations center which is working 24/7 basis. Then we have a dedicated cyber forensic analysis facility. We have a dedicated data center for securing the data, completely protected, isolated from the internet through WAF and everything. Also, we have a dedicated team of experts from central government, from the central PSUs, and from some we have hired from the external experts from the industry. So we are at present having a sanction strength of 40, and we are also in the expansion of this facility as well as the manpower. Soon will be coming. We are with a vision to expand up to 100 manpower and more. So we are trying to expand the facility as well. So at present, we have onboarded 279 utilities across all sectors onto our SOC. We are continuously monitoring the IT side exposed IPs of these utilities in our SOC on 24/7 basis. Whenever we see any malicious activities, any increased malified increase in traffic, we get in touch with the CISOs of the power utilities for actively closing these probable incidents and events. On the right side, you can see that the gaps we have observed in the cybersecurity preparedness. The governing structure are missing. The CISOs are not empowered enough to take the decisions. Then ISD, Information Security Division, is not established, or it's not empowered enough. It is not being provided sufficient manpower for performing its duties. Cybersecurity policy are not in place. Then we have a public exposed system, which we try to close from time to time. Then we have availability of skilled manpower, which is one of the major gaps. And Ministry of Power has directed CSIRT-Power to take up the capacity building programs. And we are organizing training programs from with power sector utilities with for academia, which will be coming in the next slide. Then also we observe there is a severe gap in the cybersecurity audit. Presently, the audit is not being conducted, or conducted not covering all the scope. So with these gaps in mind, we have issued this audit guidelines, scope of audit guidelines, to help utilities to identify the scope so that the complete infrastructure is audited. Then also we have issued one QCBS based criteria guidelines for selection of auditor, cybersecurity auditor, to help the utilities for choosing the auditor. So in the meanwhile that we wait, let me tell you, so in the subsequent sessions being taken by Ashish Goel, you will be getting the details on the incident response activities that we perform and how we coordinate with the power sector utilities, what we expect, and how we expect better coordination with you all for the power utilities. So that will come from Ashish Goel Saab. Then we have a session on cyber forensic analysis and regulations, so from CSIRT-Power, to help to guide you over the detailed processes in these things. So I'll skip. Yeah, so talking about the capacity building that is being propagated by CSIRT-Power through directives from Ministry of Power. So we have recently finished the Ministry of Power funded programs at these institutes at IIT Kanpur, RRU Gandhinagar, IIT Kharagpur, IIC Bangalore, for each of the regions, Northeast, South, West, and Northeast. And we have recently finished. These programs were completely funded by Ministry of Power, including accommodation, training cost, and everything. And we have tried to incorporate the syllabus. We have designed the curriculum suitable to the needs of power sector professionals. So we have included cybersecurity specifics from the power sector point of view, then network devices, IC 62443, incident response, forensics, VAPT, risk management, covering cybersecurity policy. So we have tailored these curriculum, pursuant to the cybersecurity guidelines which are in place, so that the utilities get help, that which are the provisions in cybersecurity guidelines that you have to work upon. Also, we have till date we have almost 500 plus professionals that we have conducted the training program for. And the upcoming cybersecurity training will be coming at RRU Gandhinagar. We are planning it in November 2025 tentatively, and it will be a big batch. So we are expecting around 100 participants. They have the capacity for carrying out the training for 100 participants, and it will be both, the theoretical as well as the hands-on practices will be there. This training program will be funded by NSCS. Accommodation and travel have to be borne by the utilities, but a training program will be completed funded by NSCS. And very soon we will be sending out the nomination email. So we expect that you nominate at least 4 to 5 officers from your organization, and so that everybody has the learning opportunity. So incident response, I will not cover much into this. Just in the aftermath of the recent Pahalgam attack, we saw increased activities against the power sector. And as directed by the Minister of Power, we have operationalized our SOC into 24/7 basis, and we are continuously monitoring the logs. And more on this will come from Ashish Goel sir. Some of the acknowledgements and recognitions that utilities have provided us for guiding them through their incidents and improving their posture generally. So, Cyber Surakshita Kendra by CERT-In. So, we have actively approached CERT-In proactively, so that we are getting the alerts from CERT-In with which are being marked to utilities, and uh, we are coordinating with the utilities for closing of these alerts. So, as you can see, there was a decreasing trend from February 2025 till March till April, and like I pointed out in Pahalgam in 2020, May 2025, we saw an increased malicious activities against power sector. So there was an upward trend, but we are trying to arrest it, and we are trying to confine it within the permissible levels. We are actively coordinating. Some of the achievements of CSIRT-Power. So like I already said that we have issued some guidelines for scope of audit, then QCBS criteria for selection of cybersecurity auditor. Then also we issue from time to time subsector specific advisories, like for transmission, for grid operation, for hydrothermal, every. So we are issuing the specific advisories also. Then we are capacity building, like I already talked about. We are pushing for capacity building for training of all the professionals. Then cybersecurity regulations are in the draft stage, and very soon we will be published. And pursuant to this cybersecurity regulation, CSIRT-Power will be actively coordinating for the compliance of the same. Then the testing order of this MOP for testing of devices has recently been modified. Now earlier what was being done, that only the devices were being tested, and whenever there was any foreign component in the device, but the device was overall made in India branded, that device were escaped from testing. But now recently Ministry of Power has issued a guideline, this again Ministry of Power order, that the device, even if the components are from the foreign make, and those are being imported and then assembled in India, then also those devices have to be tested. So we are increasing the umbrella of testing of devices so that these device levels risks are mitigated. Then we have drafted model bill of quantities for a security operation center and network operation center for SLDCs, like already mandated through ID rules 2018, that the utilities which are having protected system have to establish SOC and NOC at their end. So we have issued a model bill of quantities for establishment of SOC and NOC at SLDCs, and we have provided to PSDF Secretariat. Ministry of Power is providing support to SLDCs through Power System Development Fund. NPC Secretariat is taking up these things. Our Deputy Director from CA, Satish Kumar ji, is here. So whoever wants to interact more on this, PSDF support can interact with them. Also, Ministry of Power directed us to create a similar BOQ, standard BOQ for DISCOMs also, for establishment of SOC and NOC. So we have drafted that also and provided to Ministry as well as CERT distribution. The funding mechanism for that has to be taken at appropriate level through RDSS or at appropriate level at Ministry. We are not involved in the funding for that, but we have issued these draft model BOQs. So way forward, now we are trying to establish our federated SOC, wherein we are trying to link the utilities SOC and the SIEM directly into our SOC. So their logs and firewall logs will be directly ingested into our SOC, so that there is a double level layer of monitoring and close coordination. Then, like already told, that for arresting supply chain cybersecurity in power sector, a scheme for trusted products and trusted sources already been issued by Ministry of Power, and very soon more proceedings in this will come. Then capacity building already covered. Regulatory compliance will be ensured post notification of regulations. So that is from my side. Now I'll have any questions if you have. Any questions from your side?
So thank you, Pratik, for enlightening the audience regarding the various measures being taken by the CSIRT-Power. I just have one query and a proposal. As of now, I believe the multiple state load dispatch centers, regional load dispatch centers, they are in the process of establishing a security operations center. Now, more or less, if we look at the asset size of the particular SLDC, that is very, very critical in nature, that will not cross more than, let us say, 50 to 100 servers. Okay. So let us take an example of an RLDC. So in totality, the asset size would be approximately 500. Will it not be a cost benefit idea to establish a security operations center at the RLDC level for all the SLDCs? So that individual SLDC, they need not to establish SOC. That's a point number one. So regarding the cost benefit. Second, will it not give a visibility regarding what's happening in all the 5 SLDCs? I can understand SLDCs may not be in a position or they may not be eager to take the responsibility of what's happening. The RLDC may not be in agreement, but you can always position the manpower of a state road dispatch center in the SOC established at the RLDC, or maybe you can take the remote of that. But the amount of visibility and the benefit which the power sector at the regional level would get, that would be humongous. So that is the one thought which I thought I would propagate. Maybe I would request for your opinion on this.
So, sir, there are two provisions in that. First, the regulatory mechanism that is already in place through IT Rules 2018, where utility having protected system have to establish SOC and NOC at their utility. So, one is the regulatory provision that is pushing for it. Another, there will be a jurisdictional issue in establishing the SOC at RLDC level. So, agreed that it will be cost benefit, but at the same time, 2 points are there for regulatory provision and this.
I'll just give one more example. There's a National Cybersecurity Coordinator Center at Delhi, which is established by Ministry of MIT and CERT, right? Individual agencies, they go sit there, they have been given access. So there should not be any kind of a jurisdictional issue as such. But again, having SOC at the RLDC level will give a huge benefit, not to the entire power sector, but at the grid level as well. And it would be reduction of effort and it would save multiple crores of rupees.
Noted, sir.
So that's the one thought which I thought I would give you.
Rathod sir would like to speak more on this. If anybody could just provide the mic.
I'll be more than happy to debate on this.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. So what's your name, sir?
So I'm Leeladhar Meena. I'm Director in CAPC of the Western region.
That's do we agree with you? But only thing is that the RLDC or the NLDC means the grid operator at national level and regional level, they are the scheduling the ISTS and IGS power only, not the state utility. The state utility generators, state utility embedded IPPs, they are taken care by the SLDC only. If you see the whole, suppose WR only, so WR approximately 50,000 out of the something 74 gigawatt, the 25,000 gigawatt is only scheduled and other things processed by the RLDC. Rest of the things is by the state only. Means MP, Maharashtra, Gujarat, like Chhattisgarh, they are doing by their own. If you are making the centralized SOC, why we are thinking for the regional level? We maybe think for the NLDC. That we thought is already debated and already we are discussed. But the thing is that we cannot be protect at the end level. Even in my system, suppose that anyone having any computer at there's a hydro, Ukai hydro, so they had to be make their security by their own. It is the integrated approach, not only the centralized. Otherwise, the CSIRT-Power is there. CSIRT-Power will take care of for the whole utility rather than the RLDC level.
My request would be maybe, I believe in the large set of audience, might not be able to discuss the nitty-gritty of this. But maybe if we can find out, we can select a few stakeholders.
No, we got
for
the
half
points.
an hour, maybe we can discuss it today because we have all the RLDCs also available and I mean, all the SLDCs of the Western is also available here. I mean, I'll be happy.
I don't know, sir, but only thing is that basically the RLDC is the more proactive than the right now the SLDC so far as the cyber security is concerned. But to make the cyber secure, the whole grid, each and individual has to be participate. That's that is there. So we cannot be when I agree, we cannot be denying this is the part of the RLDC because the RLDC having the sufficient manpower and they are the sophisticated.
No, I'm certain.
But we'll discuss, no issue. That will take another half an hour. But it is better that to make the whole power grid as a cyber resilience, each and individual utility has their own role and responsibility. That's all. Even your protected system, you are Leeladhar Sahab, you are the making that rule 2018 something where all the protected system has to have the SOC. If the whole power sector having the SOC at the CSIRT-Power, why need the RLDC and NLDC? It is not like that. RLDC has their own the scope of work. NLDC has their own scope of work. SLDC, even the DISCOM in the same state, there is SLDC, that the DISCOM, the Chhattisgarh is here, DISCOM is there, the transmission is there, SLDC and the transmission, they have to be separate SOC. We are, as a protected system, we are the funding for the critical system for the SLDC, not for the DISCOM. DISCOM, they may be provided by some another scheme. So far as the PSDF is concerned, we are the only supporting for the critical system where the SLDC is much more critical as compared to our one thermal station or any. Suppose I take the any.
Just for the benefit of the larger audience, okay? I'll just give you one counter logic. We have received some proposal regarding establishment of security operations center over the cloud of certain OEM. I will not.
No, I got your point. It is nothing but Gujarat only.
Sir, please allow.
Yes, sir. I am openly. But thing is that again here, the point of the NCI-IPC, which they want to suppress the technology evolution, this is the great challenge for us. We cannot be suppress the evolving technology. In future, if I am having here in 1981, no one listening the word mobile. In 1989, when our Rajiv Gandhi have told that in 2000, after 2000, I will put this one, that every hand has this handset. Everyone is laughing on that Sansad Bhavan. Now you can see even the Bakri wala, the goat चराने वाला भी मोबाइल लेके अपना बोलता है कि तुम कहाँ हो, आप जाइए गांव में जाइए, जो भैंस चरा रहा है, he told that. अपना जो काउंटर पार्ट दूसरा भैंस चराने बोलता है तुम कहाँ है भाई, किससे बोल रहा है? The communication, this is the evolution of the technology and we have to challenge. We should not be we cannot be suppress the technology, evolving technology. तो ये तो है सर, हम आपके पे एग्री हैं and being you are the security agency to take care of the critical information infrastructure, we are with you and your command will be always be the helpful for us. That's all.
It's
But debate, sir, we can take the debate.
Yeah, but I would request for a half an hour debate with the concern. I would request any of the state road dispatch and utilities. Because we have all concerns.
No, we can put another session for that only because this session having already some, and if you have the time is allowed, then we can do that things. Yeah, that's all, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Sir, आ गए क्या?
May I now request our session chairs to share their observations and questions, please?
Yeah, thank you, Meena sir. See, I have one observation about this optimization of the resources for establishment of the SOC at the RLDC level. Can we think about the Ministry of Home Affairs, how they do the ministries in the federal structure we have in all the states, and the accountability comes from the state. Yeah. So in that way, can we see cyber also posture in that way every user have a ownership and the accountability, right? If I agree that for processing part, for sharing of some infra, we can optimize. Agree for that.
This is precisely the reason what I'm telling.
Yeah, but for
I'm not suggesting anyone that RLDC should take the ownership or the responsibility of whatever is happening at the SLDC level. The answer is no. I'm only asking if it can be deployed at one location. It will give you two advantages. One is regarding the cost benefit analysis. Second,
okay.
you have a benefit of the larger visibility across the ecosystem.
Okay,
Sir,
sir, we will
might I interject? I think this discussion can be taken separately.
I would suggest that would be better.
Yeah,
Thank you,
deserves,
sir. Thank you.
deserves a due attention and time, but we are running a little bit behind schedule. So I would like to, request you to kindly let this go at this moment and come back on it later. Please, sir.
Pratik ji,
Sir.
you have highlighted that the cyber security incident gradually increases in trend. So what should be the roadmap?
Sir, roadmap is there already, like Rathod sir also pointed out that we cannot impede the developments, but we have to think in a way that we can enable the technology adoption as well as while arresting the cybersecurity risks associated with it. So CSIRT-Power has been established as a nodal agency for coordinating with the utilities. We are also in the process of releasing some reports across the utilities so that we can spread the knowledge sharing across the utilities. I mean, if some utility has experienced some attacks or they are taking some,
Thank you.
it will come in incident response presentation.
दो लाख इंसिडेंट्स हो तो हम यहाँ बैठे रहते सोफिस्टिकेटेड लग रहा है आप लोगों को. It is only the event. And this is not the incidents. In event और incidents में बड़ा सा difference है. इवेंट माने लोग जो है आपका पोर्ट को स्कैनिंग करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कोई ट्राई कर रहा है, कोई बम्बार्डिंग कर रहा है, कोई डिडॉस पर, वो सारे इवेंट्स हैं. लॉग हमको दिखता है कि भाई ये ट्राई कर रहा है. दैट इज नॉट इंसिडेंट्स मीन्स व्हाट इज समथिंग इज अफेक्टेड एंड बिग इवेंट इज वो जैसे हमारा ग्रिड कोड में दिया है ना कि अगर 10% हो जाएगा तो उसको लेवल 1 मानते हैं, 20% हो जाएगा तो लेवल 2 इंसिडेंट, 30% हो गया, 40% होगा मेजर ग्रिड डिस्टर्बेंस बोलते हैं. तो वैसे ही है, इसका भी एक लेवल है सीवियरिटी ऑफ द इफेक्ट ऑफ द इंसिडेंट. तो विच इंसिडेंट, सपोज कोई आपका एक छोटा सा कंप्यूटर जो आइसोलेटेड कोई गेस्ट हाउस में लगा हुआ है एंड सपोज दैट इज अफेक्टेड, then it is not much more affect our system, our regular business. Business means power transaction. तो वो 2 लाख 3 लाख जो इवन हमारे न्यूज़पेपर में आता है, मीडिया में आता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के से टाइम पे हमारा 3 लाख 4 लाख इंसिडेंट पावर सेक्टर में द क्रिटिकल, बट इट्स नॉट लाइक इट इज द ओनली इवेंट्स ओनली, नॉट द इंसिडेंट. 1-2 हुआ था, डिफेसिंग हुआ था जो कि हमें इमीडिएटली उसको आइसोलेट करके चेंज कर दिया था. किसी का एक आध का फीडर कंट्रोल का हुआ था, बट वो इज restricted to the particular area only, that one. So that's all. Even that our certain will be explained in better way when their presentation will be there. Our scientist Saab is here. Thank you.
Thank you, our session chairs, presenter, and guest for steering the discussion.
Only one thing, Pratik ji, I am facing one problem regarding the, not facing, I need to have awareness about the cyber audit. Earlier it was a VAPT, now not the slowly, like guidance comes from the CSIRT-Power as well as for certain also regarding cyber audit. So basically, earlier what they were doing, just blocking the port, only the blocking the port. Nowhere in, not public, basically they were not patching or the supply chain, so many issues were there. And something was breaching what they were writing in the closing report, perimeter strong. They made something perimeter strong. So how it will last when the public will be, rather the utility will be, have a, in their by own they will develop something to, so the perimeter strong, the perimeter tightening will be a last resort. That was the one question. And second, I am facing in the this power sector utilities, the drill, cyber drill incidents, say in for other disaster management or crisis management, I'd say bomb threat or any fire threat, any mock drill would do. Especially cyber drill, it is not happening in the others. So what the guidelines there we can rather endorse or mandate something in, yeah.
So please do.
Apologies for interrupting, but
Basically, two questions are there from our Chandrakar Sahab. First one is the audit. The scope of audit is issued by the Ministry of Power. Complete scope. What has to be covered? What is not to be covered? What are only not the VAPT? It is the extent of the exhaustive audit, and the responsibility of the auditor and the auditee. Both is the equally important. What we are doing in the practical life, we are simply allotting by the tender. This is the auditor. And they have to do. The auditor is coming, sitting at the hotel, giving the certificate within the 2 or 3 days, and they can return back. That is not the audit. The audit has to be proper, and the scope is already issued by the Ministry of Power, CSIRT-Power. Number one. Second one is the comprehensive audit report. That report is issued by the CERT recently in July 2025. So please go through that one. And that cover the everything. What it is not only sector specific, it is for the all sector. But if you correlate it with the CSIRT-Power audit guidelines, that will be the completely picture of the audit. That's cover. What is your second point, sir? Yeah, that's a mock drill. The mock drills, like our physical mock drill, the fire case, earthquake case, or the flooding case, this cyber security mock drill is the slightly different from the physical mock drill. In cyber security mock drill, we need to take the help from our security agencies. Certain is that. Now, it has to be there and weighted, whatever the question that is weighted through the certain agency, that is the weighted in the form of the CCMP, Cybersecurity Crisis Management Plan. It is the part of that, and during the mock drill, what is to be done, that is the decided by the utility himself, and it has to be weighted by the certain CSIRT-Power and finally approved by their board of directors. So that CCMP document must be cover the how mock drill has to be conducted by the utility. If they want to help from that one, the CSIRT-Power is there, or the certain is that generally conducting this type of mock drill. Even in 23rd something is there regarding this mock drill also. So that can be helpful, sir. We cannot be suddenly changed, but gradually it will be changed.
Only one thing, see, under the Ministry of Power, we have a CMP, DMP already in the place.
Yes, yes. But I got your point. CMP, Crisis Management Plan, and the Disaster Management Plan, that is under the Act for that 9 categories are there. Fire is the one category, earthquake is one category, terrorist attack is the one category. That is physical security. Cyber security is just like electricity, which we cannot be see. We can see that its effect. कोई बिजली का इलेक्ट्रॉन देख नहीं पाता, बट इलेक्ट्रॉन को टच कर जाओ, फिर आपको पता चल जाएगा, बाल खड़े हो जाएंगे जिसके बाल हैं वो. वैसे ही साइबर सिक्योरिटी है. वैसे ही साइबर सिक्योरिटी बता रहा हूँ. साइबर सिक्योरिटी में पता बिल्कुल नहीं चलता, बट जो है कुछ हो गया ना तो पूरा हमको खड़े कर देगा वो.
डॉक्टर साहब, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट क्या था, जैसे आपने सीएमपी डीएमपी के लिए यू हैव मेड द एसओपीज, व्हाट टू डू, व्हाट नॉट टू डू.
टेम्पलेट इज देयर.
या जस्ट
हमारा भी टेम्पलेट है, साइबर सिक्योरिटी सीसीएमपी का भी टेम्पलेट है. अब उसको कभी कभी तो हमको वेटिंग के लिए आता है, तो वही टेम्पलेट में खाली ना कंट्रोल, फाइंड, डिलीट, रिप्लेस बाय द यूटिलिटी के बदला अपना कंपनी का नाम लिख के उसी टेम्पलेट को भेज देते हैं. वही एग्जैक्ट वही टेम्पलेट. अरे भाई, आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, आपका तो कुछ तो होगा, कुछ समथिंग डिफरेंस फ्रॉम द ओरिजिनल, वो करना. It is template is there, sir. We'll provide that one, and we'll definitely notate your other point. We'll circulate to that one. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri S.N. Kharot, Superintending Engineer, Corporate Office, to present mementos to session chairs as a token of appreciation and to presenters as well. Please give them a huge round of applause. One information, feedback forms are now being circulated. We request you to kindly share your thoughts and suggestions as your feedback, as it will help us improve future programs. Thank you so much all. Next, I request Shri Ashish Goyal, AGM CSIRT-Power, to brief us on incident response and cybersecurity framework. As session chairs, I request Shri A.N. Ghedwara, CPNP Corporate Office, and Shri Vikas Sharma, SECS-PDCL,
Okay, good afternoon all. And with the permission of the chair, I would like to start this session on cyber threat landscape, incident response, and cybersecurity framework. So we have a wonderful last session from Prateek ji regarding the CSIRT-Power, its establishment, and the way forward, and the initiatives that has been taken by Ministry of Power in the area of cybersecurity. So in this session, I am going to cover the threat landscape, incident response, how we are taking the incident response part at CSIRT-Power, then cybersecurity framework, what are the parameters that are being included in this cybersecurity framework, some of the cybersecurity best practices that needs to be followed, and cybersecurity critical observations. So the threat landscape keep on changing with time, with the evolution of new technology, new softwares are coming up, new technology is coming up, as we all are aware. So accordingly, the threat landscape keeps on changing. Like if we take the example of COVID-19, at that time we all started working from home, and we were using the VPN connections to connect to our office network, to our corporate networks, which leads added vulnerabilities, added challenges for the IT people who are securing the network. So that was one of the area, but the time that we faces the challenges. Similarly, now AI is coming up, and accordingly, we need to upgrade our skills in the area of cybersecurity as well to protect the network. So if we see the evolution of cyber threats, earlier the individual hacker, small hackers were there to test their knowledge. They were trying to hack the systems. Then motivated financial actors came into the picture. Their target was to attack the financial sector, machines, and all these things to gain some money out of that. Then organized crimes were there, and now we are seeing that state sponsored actors are targeting the critical information infrastructure in order to have because earlier times the war was fought on one-to-one man basis, but now in this area of cyber security there is no boundary, and we don't know where our enemy is sitting, in which country, which area, which place. So they sitting out at any place, they were trying to attack our critical information infrastructure to disrupt the services. Cybersecurity can be broadly divided into six main pillars like perimeter security, network security, endpoint security, mobile security, application security, and now more and more applications are coming on cloud services, and utilities are moving their infrastructure from on-prem to cloud. So cloud security is one of the important aspect in today's scenario, and we need to keep vigilant ourselves whenever we are going for any hiring of any cloud or hosting any of our application on the cloud security, because as our directors has pointed out, we need to be aligned with whatever technology is coming, and we, in the name of cyber security, we cannot say that okay, we will not going to adopt a new technology. The only thing is there, we have to keep our systems secure whenever we are adopting any new technology, and we need to focus on the vulnerabilities and close them accordingly. Then cybersecurity for interconnected power grids. We should have policies, procedures, and regular awareness of our users who are working on our IT systems. Then physical security, then network security, network separation, segregation is there. Intrusion detection, if we should be vigilant about that. Device and application security. These are some of the top cyber attacks that has been observed in 2024. Out of that, if you see, the number one is the phishing attack, because this is a very common type of attack. The attacker motive is through phishing attack. They want to have access to your network. They want, once they get the malware get downloaded into the network, whatever security we have deployed at the perimeter, that all will be not be so effective. In order to mitigate this phishing type of attacks, the employee awareness is mandatory. So we should keep on organizing small sessions for our users. And now this is the month of September, and in the month of October is the Cyber Jagrukta month. So I request all the utilities to organize small training sort of programs within their utilities for their users, in order to educate them about the cyber hygiene. So during the month of October, you can plan some small sessions, maybe one or two or like that, so that user awareness is a part of that program. The ransomware is the next in the series. Denial of service that has been observed during this Operation Sindoor also, that attackers targeting the power sector through this denial of service. Then we have man in the middle attack, SQL injection, cross-site scripting. They were targeting our website. So audit of our regular audit of our website is very much important. And if there is any change or any updation in the website, then we should always get it audited from the certain empaneled auditor. Then zero-day exploit and DNS spoofing. And some of the emerging threats, deep fakes, like we have observed, then digital arrest and ransomware is on the rise. Then APT groups are trying to exploit zero-day vulnerability in the systems. So we have to have a list of all the assets that has been deployed in our network, in our system, because unless and until we have a list of assets that has been deployed, we were not able to identify the vulnerability in the system. Because some time ago, you all might have heard about the log4j. So if we are not aware that where, in which software, on which application we have used this library, then we will not be able to close that vulnerability. So it's very much important that we all should have a list of all assets what all applications we are using, and what all softwares libraries we are using in that. I think recently Certain has also released a guidelines about the software bill of material. So that is also there. Cybersecurity life cycle, if we talk about that, assess vulnerability, threat impact, then we need to reduce the vulnerabilities and their impacts, prevent attack, and then respond during the attack. And response during the attack is only possible if we have a CCMP document in place. So CCMP document, that is Cyber Crisis Management Plan document, is very much important to be formulated, as sir told, that needs to be in line of your business requirements. It should not be a generic thing. It should contain whenever you are going to declare the crisis, and who will declare that, and what action you will take. So all these things needs to be incorporated into the CCMP document and needs to be updated at regular intervals, mandatory to be reviewed at on yearly basis. But if any major change is there, then you should review your CCMP prior to that also. These are some of the key activities of CSIRT-Power that has been included in the 23rd April order. Out of that, these all are being taken care by CSIRT-Power. Out of that, today I'm going to talk about analysis of cyber security incidents. So incident response approach is like, first we need to detect that something has gone wrong into the network. This is only possible if we are monitoring our network. If we have a team, dedicated team who is monitoring the network, then only it's possible to detect. Then we have to contain that attack or that compromise into the system, eradicate that, recover from that attack. And if forensic analysis is required to find out the root cause of the system, why that attacker were able to exploit or intrude into the system, then forensic analysis is required and learnings out of that attack. For incident detection can be done by the utility itself. If the CISO or the ISD team suspects that something is going wrong, they can report it. By the agencies who are working in the area of cybersecurity, like CERT-In, NCIPC, CSIRT-Power, or IB, or any other national agency who are working in the area of cybersecurity, they are continuously reporting the cyber incidents. As incident reporting, utilities need to report mandatorily the incident to CERT-In within 6 hours, and there is a form available on this link. And those utilities having CII, that is the critical information infrastructure, they need to report it to NCIPC within 24 hours. Then at CSIRT-Power, we have SOC operational, that is round the clock, 24/7 team is sitting, working on that, monitoring. We have threat intel feeds live from telecom SOC, that is DOT. We are getting the round the clock alerts from them. Apart from that, we are getting response from alerts from CERT-In or NCIPC or IB. So once the alert or any incident is received from any of the agency, or we at CSIRT-Power noticed from the portal that okay, this utility is having some threat, then we directly inform them to share some details and alert them to monitor their network themselves. So incident to be reported to CSIRT-Power, then analysis of once we report the incident to the utility, then we ask them to provide us some log details to carry out the analysis. These details include firewall logs, proxy logs, and if you are using the DSCP, etc. So these are the logs that our team needs to carry out the analysis and to find out the area of infection, where the area is. For that, we are using some tools like same is deployed, and Virus Total, Shodan, who is, these are some of the names I have listed out here that our team is using to analyze and try to find out. Then once we identify the system that okay, this system is infected, then if required, we ask the utility to provide us the image of that system to carry out the forensic analysis. And we have a detailed session on forensic analysis in after lunch we have. So once that image is being sent to CSIRT-Power or to CERT-In, then our team carries out the forensic analysis to find out the root cause. And once the root cause is there, we accordingly we inform the utility and share the detailed report with the utility. So if even if the forensic is not required, then also we are sharing the complete report, whatever be our findings, to the respective utility, along with all the findings, all the areas, what needs to be done, along with our recommendations into that. Some of the cyber threat that we have observed, that website defacement is there, distributed denial of service attack, malicious IP communication that is there, then email breach. So these are some of the attacks that I have listed it down, that primarily we have observed during the incident analysis. For the website defacement, regular audit of website, regular updation is very much required. Some threat actors, or some I have listed down some threat actors like Luma stealer virus we have observed. This is primarily being used by the attacker to basically extract the credentials from the system. So this is and other malware is 74%. Some of the state-sponsored actors were also observed. Some groups are there, so they were some 18% in the whatever analysis till now we have carried out. Some major type of incident and logs what we expect from the utility whenever any incident is being reported to you. For the defacement, website defacement, raw log of web server, access log, error logs, database log. Of course, firewall log is very much important in all the cases, along with if you have deployed WAF, then WAF fire logs for all the cases. Network diagram with IP details. So you should have a complete network diagram readily available with you, along with all the details. So whenever we are sending the mail to the utility to provide us a network diagram, in some cases we have observed that they draw it a rough kind of diagram and send it to us without any IP details. Even we request the utility to provide the internal IP segments at least. It will help us to identify, because if in the firewall log we have observed, okay, this segment, this internal IP is trying to connect to some C2 server, then we will be able to locate, okay, where this internal IP is lying in the network, whether it is in DMZ zone, whether it is in user zone there, or some critical application is running. So you should provide your network diagram with IP details also whenever you are sending it to CSIRT-Power. And in case of DDoS, malicious IP, malware infection, similar type of logs are required. In malware infection, we also ask for the endpoint logs, that is antivirus logs if you have deployed. These are the some of the actions that needs to be carried out during the incident. If CERT-In keeps on sending their SOP guidelines for the every incident, so you need to follow the guidelines that has been circulated by CERT-In. Apart from that, if the website defacement is there, take away the website offline temporarily till the investigation is going on. Preserve the log, take a backup. You should reset the admin credentials and patch the vulnerabilities once the vulnerabilities identify. So I will not go detail into this, but at least these actions should be expected from the utility once the incident has been reported to you. Because merely blocking the IP, the C2 IP in the firewall will not suffice. If what our first reaction is that what we do, we first simply block the IP in the firewall and send it ki, okay, we have taken the action and the IP has been blocked, but the infection is still there. The attacker may change its IP, because whenever they are programming any malware, any file into that, they know ki once we get to know, we will block this IP, so they will change their IP. So our job is to identify the infected machine, isolate it, clean it. So merely blocking will not do. This is the email ID where you can report your incident to CSIRT-Power. That is incident.csirtpower@gov.in. Whenever if you feel that any abnormal activity is there, you can report it on this email ID. 24/7 help desk number is there. You can contact our team on this number, take help. We will be more than happy to provide you support on any type of cybersecurity related incident or guidance on that. So then coming on to cybersecurity framework pillars. Till now, I have talked about the incident response, but we need to enhance our cybersecurity posture so that incident should not happen in the network. Okay, we have to make the complete power sector secure. For that, enhancement is required. And some of the pillars like appointment of CISO, setting up of information security division, dedicated one, the CISO should be ring fenced. Then ISO 27001 certification, CSK onboarding, that is Cyber Swachhata Kendra of certain. You need to onboard all your public IP, whatever used or unused to the CSK. Then cyber security audit as per the guidelines and regulation is also coming. So IT OT audit needs to be conducted at the timeline defined in the guidelines. Implementation of CCMP, we have already talked about it, that needs to be implemented after getting vetted from certain and incorporating the changes. After that, you need to get it approved from your board and then implement the CCMP and review the CCMP at regular intervals. Then cybersecurity training, I think Pratik ji has already covered that. Already CSIRT, Ministry of Power is organizing certain training programs. Apart from that, you can also organize training programs for your user at the utility level. Then identification of CII and protected system through NCI PC. So you can, whenever NCI PC is approaching you or you are approaching discussing the to NCI APC regarding the CII, you should have document whatever be their analysis accordingly. CII needs to be identified. Then log retention, I will discuss about that in much detail in next slides. Then cybersecurity mock drill. So in the last session also it was talked about that mock drills need to. So certain is organizing mock drills. Apart from that, utility themselves can organize the mock drills, some small phishing mock drill type of exercises for their users. At least you can circulate some phishing mails planned to that, and you can find out who all are clicking or on that email, so that that user needs some cyber education or cyber, they need some preparation. So you can also plan some mock drill exercises for your users. This is a sample that cybersecurity framework data we are collecting at CSIRT-Power. We are sending emails to the respective utility to provide the data in this format. This is a sample from that XLS file. And the fields that we have asked is head of the organization detail, designation, email, mobile, CISO detail, alternate CISO detail. Okay, and one thing is not written out here. Whenever you are sharing the CISO detail, just provide us the mailing address of the CISO as well. Because for the incident reports, we are sending the incident report in the hard copy. So you should provide us the mailing address of the CISO as well. So ISO certification detail, ISD detail, onboarding of CSK, whether you have onboarded or not. ISD, how many manpower is being deployed in your ISD, that is Information Security Division, whether you have a dedicated division or not. And then identification of CII, in which state currently it is. You have not initiated the process, under process with utility, vetting at NCIPC, vetted, and gadget notification issued. So whatever stage you have, you please mention that clearly. Don't leave any of the area blank, because you are replying, you are sending us the data, but some of the fields that we have observed are left blank, like head of organization details were missing, their email ID is not there. This is very much important, because at times we need to communicate or the circulate the details directly to CISO, alternate CISO, or the head of the organization. So please fill in all the details there. Then continued, this framework data, we have CCMP, okay, similar needs to be filled, audit details. You are filling up the detail like if you have conducted, some of the utilities are filling yes. but that will not do. We want the date of the audit, when the last audit was conducted. Okay, like September is running, if you have conducted the audit in May 25, just mention that it is May 2025, so that at least we should be able to know ki, okay, during the last 1 year or last 6 months, how many utilities have conducted their IT audit or OT audit. And log retention is very much important. I've left it in the previous slides as well. We will talk about this. Then training, whatever participation you have done in all the trainings, please let us know, so that at least we will be able to compile and know how many trained manpower we have in our power sector. Mock drills conducted, and apart from that, we have second sheet about the list of public IPs that we are circulating. So please mention whatever public IPs you have, please mention it, so that because we are monitoring it through CSK, and CSK is monitoring. Apart from that, we are also monitoring it through Telecom SOC portal also, that is giving a feed to CSIRT-Power. Yeah, coming on to log retention part. So log is very much important part if we have to carry out the analysis. Any incident analysis cannot be done in the absence of logs. And log for the last 180 days is being mandated in cybersecurity guidelines, as well as CERT has also issued a direction in 2022, 28th of April. They have issued a direction that all the utilities, they need to retain the logs for at least 180 days for their cyber security systems, whatever they have deployed. In some of the cases, whenever we ask for the logs, we found that utilities saying, ki, okay, we have 1 day log retention or 2 day log retention, or maybe a week's log, and we don't have the complete logs. And especially for one particular make of firewall OEM, we have observed that there is a limitation that they are having the log retention facility of 1 day, that we have observed or we have come across. So if you have deployed such kind of devices into the network, you can configure a small machine desktop and have a syslog server configured in the system, and you can store the logs into that. So because in the absence of log, it will be difficult to analyze and identify the system. So I request you all, you should go back and check whether you are storing logs for 180 days or not. And if the logs are not being configured, please configure it in the firewall, in all the security devices, to retain it at least for 180 days. If you have the complete system storage mechanism, that is well and good. So cybersecurity framework and training emails. For the cybersecurity framework, we are sending emails from helpdesk.csert-power. This is our email ID from where, and we expect the reply on this. Regarding the incident, I have shown that incident was the email ID. And training nominations, we asked from the training.csert-power. So these are some of the email IDs through which CSIRT-Power interacts with the utility and expect the response, timely response from you. Some of the cybersecurity best practices are there, that awareness, I have already talked that you should have a regular sessions for your user, and it must be made mandatory for all level of employee. You should not think, okay, this is not working in the area of IT, OT, and we can leave these employees or these department. Every user is very much important for us. He needs to be educated in the area of cybersecurity. Then CA cybersecurity guidelines must be implemented, all the articles. Then phishing mail, I have already talked that you should not, I think you should have to make your users aware that they should not click on the any kind of web links or the links provided in the email messages. Okay. Then you should have a strong policy, password policy, and periodic password changes implemented in your organization. It should not be test 1, 2, 3 kind of a thing, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that we all used to have that kind of passwords. And passwords needs to be regularly changed. And if you are having any web portal or admin portal where admin can log in on that portal, that admin password should be much stronger. Then security patches to be implemented, VOPT access control has to be hardened. remote access should be discouraged, and no remote access should be provided because it's a practice or we find it convenient. Our vendors sometimes ask, okay, if I have to do configure, please provide me remote access. And sitting on somewhere outside of our business network, they try to access our network, which is very much harmful. So we should always discourage remote kind of system for vendors or as well as for our admins also. Then backup is very much important. We should have a proper backup policy. We should keep on testing the backups because in case of ransomware, only backup can save us because paying of ransom will not do. So we have to restore the system from the backup itself to get our systems functioning properly. CSK onboarding I have already talked about. Then logs of all security devices retention as per certain directive. Time of security devices to be synchronized. This is again a very important thing that we have observed that timing of security devices are not synchronized. Firewall is showing X time and the other security devices maybe antivirus or DSCP is showing the Y time. So, okay, I think we have one guest of honor is here. So maybe I'm stopping out here. First, we will hear from him and then we will continue with the session. So I would request Madam to please first. Please. He's here. Okay.
Please welcome our other guest, Shri Amit Arora, IAS, Chief Administrative and Chief Executive Officer, Kevadia, with a big round of applause. I request Shri LKS Rathod, Director, Cybersecurity, CSIRT-Power, to kindly felicitate Shri Amit Arora, IAS, Chief Administrative and Chief Executive Officer, SOU, Kevadia. Please, sir. Please, sir, grace the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. May I request Sri Agneshwar Vyas, DCF, Ektanagar, to please grace the stage. I request Sri LKS Rathod, sir, to kindly facilitate him. May I request Sri Agneshwar Vyas, DCF, Ektanagar, to please address the session, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. As a officer looking after the natural wealth of this area, I welcome you all to the beautiful landscape of Ektanagar. As you are witnessing a conference amidst nature, I'll say you all should use this opportunity to visit the multifaceted attractions that we have developed in Ektanagar. And as a team under the leadership of our chairman sir and CEO sir, we are trying to further develop this area as a destination, which is being developed on the principles of nature conservation, biodiversity conservation, and unity in diversity. To all the delegates, I'll request, please visit our attractions like Arogyavan, which are inspired by the vision of Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable PM has envisioned we should develop a human-like figure which should indicate the biodiversity, medicinal value of plant, and the medicinal wealth that we have in India. I'll say, apart from statue, we have more than 20 attractions in this area. And as a part of this conference, you should not only focus on your core subject, you should think beyond. And I think that will help us also get a very good feedback from you all. Many of the visitors who have visited Ektanagar has given us tremendous positive feedback to develop further this area. And with your feedback also, we'll try to improve upon in this beautiful landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We have experienced actually that Kevadia is not just a destination, it's an experience. Now I request Shri Amit Arora, sir, to please grace the occasion with his address. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a huge round of applause.
First of all, thanks to Rathore sir for inviting me here. I, behalf of Statue of Unity Authority, first of all, invite all of you to visit all the attractions, all the natural ecosystem that we have created. I'm sure some of you must have visited some of the attractions, and the attractions are increasing day by day, they are improving day by day. So we'll be very happy to host you. तो हमारी जो GSEC की टीम है, पटेल सर इज हमारे चीफ इंजीनियर साहब इज सिटिंग देयर, तो वी रिक्वेस्ट हिम कि आप लोग को होस्ट करें अच्छे से. आई एम टोल्ड देयर आर पीपल फ्रॉम 7 states, सिंस दिस इज अ वेस्टर्न regional conference. First of all, personally, I am very, very happy to be here because originally I am from a computer science background. I have done my BTech and MTech in computer science, and हम लोग का जो फाइनल ईयर होता था उसमें नेटवर्क सिक्योरिटी के बहुत सारे मॉड्यूल्स होते थे. तो ऑफ कोर्स आई डिसकंटिन्यूड दैट इन से 2007 and 8, but you guys are still pursuing that field, you guys are still active in it. So I'm very happy, very pleased to be here. I think jitna last say 10 years में the revolution in IT that we have seen, in whichever field it may be communications, it may be power, it may be even utilities like water supply, drainage. The growth of IT has been tremendous. We have Internet of Things, we have SCADA systems coming. In fact, I was Rajkot Municipal Commissioner, so our 100% water supply was SCADA based. And probably that was the first time I realized that we need to take network security seriously. Maybe Aadhaar made us realize that how important data security is. So I think power sector, again, this conference has been specially organized for the power sector. The transmission utilities, the discoms are using IT in a big way. You have smart meters coming, you have grid
networking, grid monitoring systems coming in. You have even जब बीच में सारी स्ट्रीट लाइट्स को एलईडी किया गया था, तो उसमें भी आई थिंक ऑटोमेटिक मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम्स उस टाइम पे लगाए गए थे, दैट व्हाट इज द लोड reduction, how much efficiency has come by the introduction of, I forgot the name, but at that time, seeing the load disturbance, it used to guess where lights are off or where there is a failure. So all I am saying is कि I think power sector उसमें generation हो, transmission हो, distribution हो, IT and automated systems have come in a big way. And I think 2017 when smart cities came, the idea to secure our network infrastructure where we are providing so many emergency services came up. In fact, our dam gates are also entirely SCADA controlled. So gradually, I think we are realizing that how critical a secure communication network, a secure network through which you are controlling your at least emergency services it is. And I think in Western countries where all the electricity supply, their electricity transmission is network based, they have seen a lot of attacks also. They have seen blackouts, they have seen disruption attacks. So I think it's a good beginning. I congratulate the entire team of GSEC for organizing, taking this initiative for power companies. I once again congratulate Ministry of Power for organizing this conference. CERT-In, as we know, is the national level organization that come to our rescue whenever there is some emergency. So I'm sure they will have very good inputs as to what vulnerabilities and what loopholes we have been having that have been leading to such disruptions and issues. So I think it's a very good initiative. Once again, we are very happy to have you here. We have a lot of attractions, and even in as far as a tourism destination is concerned, we would really welcome your feedbacks in terms of tourist facilities, in terms of the tourist infrastructure, in the role that we are playing as a tourism service providers. So I won't take much of your time. I think this was a very generic, few words from my side. You have all, I'm sure you must be having great experts from their fields who are there to enlighten you on the said topic. Once again, I thank the GSEC team and the team of Ministry of Power for inviting me here, the CERT team. Thank you so much.
मैं सभी की ओर से माननीय आईएएस अधिकारी का हृदय से धन्यवाद करती हूं कि आपने अपने व्यस्त समय से ये समय निकालकर हमें सम्मानित किया। धन्यवाद सर। I request Director LKS Rathore sir to please come and thank Honorable DCF. Thank you so much, sir. We will now move on to our session. So please be ready.
Okay, so I will continue with a few more slides are there. Because we were talking about the log retention, that how much important is the log and the role in the of log in the analysis part, and the time of security devices to be synchronized, that you should always check that they should be synchronized with some NTP server, so that whenever we are analyzing the things, the correct analysis and the correct identification of the machine should be there. These are some of the expectations from the power utilities. That policy you should frame, ISD dedicate to be formed, regular interaction with your respective sectoral CERT. Then you should monitor your network and monitor the isolated internet connections and mock drill exercises conduct and the cybersecurity programs. I think this has already been covered, that some of the critical observations we have observed, that absence of ring fence CISO and high dependency on external OEM vendor. You should always try to build your own internal team of officers who can take cybersecurity, network security as part of their thing, because we have observed that whenever we are interacting during the incident analysis, it's OEM or vendors who are interacting with us. Then auditors needs to be engaged by the utility itself, because at times we have observed that OEM or service provider are engaging the auditor, which should not be there, because if they are engaging, that maybe the true picture of the audit may not come. So it's always advisable that OEM or MSP should engage. So that's all from my side. If you have question, I would like to take. Otherwise, I am available here. We can take it offline also. So because in the interest of time, we can take the questions offline. I would like to from the chair, if you have any questions, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I have two questions.
Yeah.
Number one, as you rightly said, after COVID-19 pandemics, the cyber attacks have increased drastically, mainly due to work from home culture and due to use of VPN. But nowadays, work from home culture is almost diminished. Only 5-10% it exists. But I have observed that in some of the offices and employees and officers are using the email IDs of their personal, for example, Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, etc., instead of using the government domain. So, is it advisable or not? That is number one. And number two question, as it was discussed earlier, that there are 2 to 3 lakhs events are registered of this cyber attack. So these events are duly analyzed by the authorities. And I hope many of them are repetitive or duplicate in nature. So is there any mechanism this duplication or that the attack should not happen again, same kind of? Is there any mechanism or not, or should we develop like that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you have two questions. First is one regarding the use of personal email IDs. So this is a very good point that you have highlighted. So we always tell our utilities not to use any public email IDs whenever we are doing any official communication. So all the official communication should be done from your respective utility email ID, whether it is gov.in or whatever domain you are having. So you should communicate with that email ID. That is the first one. And regarding the second one, that is the event versus the incident. Yes, of course, we have the mechanism that we are observing the number of events. And whenever we are, of course, whenever we are finding that, okay, some port scanning or high number of DDoS is ping response is there on the utility, we always try to alert that utility before it get converted into the incident. Okay. And for the incident part, we firstly take whenever there is a communication from inside to outside. That is our first responsibility, because in that case, some infection is there in the utility. So if any internal machine is trying to communicate to the C2 server, that is our first priority to take and block that kind of communication. But if some alert is there, then of course we focus on that. But firstly, we have to take the incident that has been observed. So, this is, I think, the thing. Is there anything?
Hello. Sir, in the interest of time, I do not have any specific question. Rather, I have one or two suggestions. If time permits, then I can tell you. First of all, in IT security, much of the things are being streamlined in maximum utilities. We have to focus on the OT security. And what we feel, or rather what I feel is that top management of the level of MD and chairman should be addressed. There should be a small session for them also. See, we are IT professionals, that we understand the nitty-gritties of the security, but our top management, CMD level, they should also be made aware of all those things, so that when the proposal, when the things goes to them, so they are fully aware for the utility. What Mr. Rathod said, when the incident happens, then only we can understand the importance of that security. When the things are going fine, they say, it's okay, then why are you doing so much? You are asking so much manpower. Why are you asking for so much solutions? So it becomes very difficult for the security professionals to rather convince their top management. So some session across the country, single session, maybe it may be on half an hour or 1 hour session, that should be given from the ministry level to all the top management level. So that is very much required. And second small suggestion, you normally require that CSF, cyber security framework data in the Excel format. And most of the utilities, they are active in submitting the data, they submit it. So I would suggest that rather than asking the data every time in the Excel format, you prepare single small portal kind of thing and ask people to verify, to put their data on the portal on itself. So no need to ask every time you send the mail, and you can tell them every month, first week of the month, you have to enter it. If there is a change, then you enter it. Otherwise, you submit the data, and we will, so that will be a consolidated form. And rather for the logs retention, you ask the utilities to put the what is the last previous date for you are keeping the log. Otherwise, they put yes, yes, yes. It's fine. If you are submitting the data in month of September, then people should write ki we are maintaining the log for the up to March 25 or so. So some portal kind of thing should be developed rather than taking the information in Excel format. These are just small suggestions. And although I appreciate that CSIRT-Power is doing a lot of good things, lot of good initiatives, so I truly appreciate the steps taken by the CSIRT-Power.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. So regarding that online portal, I would like to make this clear that yes, we are in the process of developing that online portal to get this cybersecurity framework data. So utility can furnish their details in the portal. Shortly, we are going to provide that portal to all the utilities with their login credentials. Okay, so we are already in the process, and the suggestion regarding the conduction of some tabletop exercise for the senior management, that already we are taking from time to time. So, but definitely we will enhance the frequencies. Thanks for your suggestion and feedback.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you so much all. Now I request Srimati Amita Chaudhary, SC, Superintending Engineer, Corporate Office, to felicitate our session chairs and our presenters too. Ladies and gentlemen, we are postponing the lunch a little as our hunger for knowledge is much more than our hunger for food, I guess. So please be patient. Now I request Shri Dr. Kishan Kumar, scientist E CERT-In, to take us through his presentation on CSK and framing of CCMP. As session chairs, I request Shri K.N. Chaudhary, CE Fuel, Corporate Office GSECL, and Shri Anurag Khare, AGM IT NTPC, to please come upon stage.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon, all. With the permission of the chair, let me start my presentation. Before that, I want to inform you that I am not a doctor. I am just an engineer. I have taken BTech and MTech in computer science. And after that, I have joined in CERT-In under Ministry of IT. And my main job responsibilities are from the inception, I am doing that incident handling across the sectors. Later, I have branched into focus into only power sector and then manufacturing sector also. And I am the actually currently sector coordinator for power at CERT-In, and we are jointly working with CSIRT-Power. We are helping them in order to do incident handling, end-to-end incident handling, and other awareness activities related, all other activities, cybersecurity activities related to power sector. So I will just go through, I think that CSIRT-Power team already taken some of the slides, whatever I have given, I have included in the slides also. I will go through some that whatever government initiatives regarding powers, regarding cybersecurity, the threats, and what government is doing in order to contain or enhance the cybersecurity posture of posture of India. So this CERT-In, you might be already knowing that it is Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. It is set up under the 70B of IT Act 2000. And it is based on this, this IT Act 2000, CERT-In is the nodal, national nodal agency for handling cybersecurity incidents in India. And we are, other than this one, there are so many other activities we are doing is, we are issuing advisories, vulnerability notes, or any alerts regarding any cybersecurity, any vulnerabilities kind of things and all. And security monitoring, security assurance, auditing, various guidelines that may be helpful to enhance the cybersecurity of organizations. And we are running a 24/7 incident handling help desk. And okay, the last line is we are actually we are an authorized CNE number authority, CNA in India. It is actually authorized by MITRE Corporation, USA. I think this already taken by Ashish ji, but still, while doing this incident response activities, we have seen that we came across there are some issues. There are some problems in while we are not able to actually some cases when we are going for some incident analysis and all. We are seeing that there are so many difficulties. Some cases there may not be logs, there may not be actual time synchronization, there may be proper KYC, who is the owner of some machines. So, in order to overcome that one, we have actually issued a directives. April 2022, we have came out with some directions. So, this direction, there are some 5-6 important things. Main thing, one is mandatory incident reporting. There are some critical incidents. Whenever that is detecting in your organization, you should mandatorily report that to CERT within 6 hours. There is some one directive, and another directive is time synchronization. All the ICT devices used in your organization need to be time synchronized, not only within the organization, it should be synchronized with some national time protocol. And log retention, all the ICT system logs, and you should maintain that for at least 180 days on rotation basis. And whenever it is required, whenever some incident is reported, when CERT is asking for such information, you have to provide. And data retention by service providers may not be applicable for you, but many times we have seen that some VPN providers, data centers, cloud services, all these people need to keep their KYC documents and all for 5 years. And incident response cooperation, this all the entities, whenever we are asking for some information about the incident occurred in your organization, you should ensure that you have to cooperate with us in order to find out, detect the vulnerability or detect the which machine actually is being exploited and recovering. All these things the organization has to comply with us or cooperate with us so that we can clean the systems. And you should have, each and every organization should have a point of contact, a proper point of contact should be there so that CERT can coordinate all the cybersecurity activities with the particular point of contact. And we are having, there are so many divisions actually within CERT. One is Cybersecurity Kendra. It is actually, it is an extend vision of Swachh Bharat to cyberspace. So it is it's a public-private partnership basis. We are working with the help of ISPs. We are getting daily basis. We are getting some feeds. Whenever there is any vulnerable service, any open service is working, any of the systems, maybe laptop device level, even at the citizen level, we are getting some reports at the laptop level. Say if particular laptop is one person laptop is having some malware, then it will anyway that will that connect to some C2 server or some attacker controlled machine. So those signatures and all we are able to identify, and we will inform the corresponding ISP. Then the corresponding ISP in turn communicate to the end user. So that can be an individual citizen or it can be organization. And for complete, so for more clarity for that one, we are actually asking each and every organization to share us some public IP so that we can particularly scan those IPs for any vulnerable services or open ports and all available in that IP center. In that case, we can directly inform the organization that there is some vulnerable service or any vulnerability in the organization, so that you can take corrective actions. We are CSK is daily basis. Whenever we are seeing that one daily basis, we are sending the alerts, and you can see that the number of downloads, and you can see. So whenever there is some infection, we are seeing that to the that individual level. If it's their laptop is it is infected, they will get the alert along with some link for the free removal tool. So they can directly access the CSK website, download the tool, and clean their system for any malware, any virus. Then we have a National Cyber Coordination Center. So it will scan. It is a national control room, we can say. It is scanning entire Indian cyberspace, and it is collecting some metadata in order to gather some situation awareness. So whenever there is a heightened activity or across some organization or across cyberspace, Indian cyberspace, we will get to know, and we can alert the corresponding organization or sectors and all through NCCC. And we are also running one certain threat intel exchange. It's an automated cyber threat exchange platform. It is based on Stix Taxi platform. So we are encouraging each and every all the power sector utilities. You can onboard to CTI, the Threat Intelligence Exchange platform, so that near real time, if any malware or any campaigns are going on, you will get almost real time alert from CTI, so that you can take corrective actions. Other than that one, we are sending, if there is any national campaigns or specific sector specific campaigns, organization specific campaigns are we are coming across, then we are sending email alerts. It is called a CMTX, regular basis to all the subscribers and to CSIRT-Power also, and so many other sector regulators. Regularly we are sending those. And as I said earlier, we are a CV numbering authority. It is started functioning sometime in 2021. We are encouraging the researchers so that they can report any vulnerability in any of their any devices, and maybe websites also. We have another program that is RVDP program is there. So any researcher, if they are finding any vulnerability in any of their websites, any website, any say government or whatever, private universities, all those things. So you can send a mail to us. You can inform us, so that we will take corrective actions. That is one part. And if you are coming across some, say you are using some firewall, some router, and if you are detecting some malfunction, in that case, if you are able to find out, say there is particular vulnerability, then you can inform us, so that we will coordinate with the corresponding vendor. Say for example, say Siemens, some machine, you are detecting some vulnerability. You can inform us that there is some vulnerability. This may be the problem center. In that case, we will contact maybe Siemens Corporation and get the patch, get the vulnerability patched, and the patch release will come, and one CVE name will be assigned to you as well. This is how this is working. In the last 3-4 years, more than 100 CVs already assigned. Most of the CVs are assigned to some IoT devices, mainly this camera, IP camera, router, some brokerage platforms, all those things. And audits certainly is doing there is a division, different cyber division that working, CSA, Cybersecurity Assurance. They're in charge of this. They have empaneled. They're actually regularly that conducting some exam, some test and all to empanel auditors, auditing organizations. So currently around 200 security auditing organizations are available. Their list is available at the certain site. You can go through that one. So whenever you want audit your organization, your ICT infrastructure, you can contact any of these security auditors. And I think more than almost 100 organizations are capable of doing OT audits also. There are big organizations also recently empaneled. And there is one, we have updated that technical guidelines for bill of materials. It will contain what are the different subcomponents, from where it is coming, all the details may be there. So whenever you can track that vulnerabilities if it is there in your infrastructure. Then I think Ashish ji already taken the CCMP CCMP plan. So every organization need to have their own. Every organization needs are different. So you have to customize your CCMP and get it vetted by CSIRT-Power. Then that will be sent to certain. We will also vet, and finally by the board, so that can be implemented. So that need to be periodically you have to revise. And how to prepare this CCMP and all, we are conducting, CERT is conducting different CCMP workshops. Periodically we are conducting across different sectors. So if any organization want such workshops, please mail to us so that we can organize such an event. And we are having different state and sector certs. We have some we have issued some guidelines. What are the different things to be key points for in order to implement any CSIRTs, Cybersecurity Incident Response Teams. So currently there are 2 state level CSIRTs and 2 sector level CSIRTs. One is West Bengal and another one is Madhya Pradesh. And sector certs are CSIRT-Fin already, that is in 2020 itself, it is started functioning. And CSIRT-Power is officially started in September 2024 for power sector organizations. And capacity building, we have already, we are, as part of its mandate, we are regularly conducting different types of training, skill building across public, private or industry, with the help of industries, for all the organization, including MSME, startups and all, in the area of latest area of cybersecurity. And somebody earlier also I got some request that some organization want specific training programs. So maybe you can send a mail to us so that we can have maybe separate or combined level customized training programs that we can do. And as part of our awareness creation, we are actually issuing regularly, as I said earlier, we are regularly issues advisory vulnerability notes, sometimes to close loop, say in some cases, if some attacker come in is only for targeting only particular sector, say power sector, means we are sending that closed loop, maybe by mail or by letter we are sending, we are creating advisory and circulating to the particular sector. And other than that one, we are recently, so many other guidelines, and recently with the industry partnership also, we are publishing so many threat reports and guidelines. You can see that one is a digital threat report 2024 we have released, and quantum readiness, for that also we have some guidelines, and cybersecurity guidelines for smart city infrastructure. So you can have maybe if you want, you can so across different sectors, different industries, we are regularly publishing different guidelines, technical reports. So please visit our website and find out if any guidelines or reports are interesting to you, and you can go through. And same thing, and we are observing Cybersecurity Awareness Month, Awareness Day, and we are releasing some cybersecurity handbook also. And you can, so whenever you are coming across any incidents at your organization, one is mandatory is that there are critical incidents you have to anyway mandatorily report. But other than that one, also if any other less critical incidents also, it is for situation awareness creation and all. We encourage you to report to certain if there any incident occurring in your organization. Please come forward and report your incidents to certain, as well as maybe to CSIRT-Power as well. And I think that's all. If you have any questions, please.
Very nice presentation, sir. I want to ask one question, sir. As you mentioned in your presentation that CSIRT is in financial sector also since 2020. So, like in the era of this AI revolution, if ransomware attack is there in any financial PSU or financial sector, so, and my data is important, I need at any cost. So what are the guidelines or SOP which we can expect from your side?
No, see, actually, we have published some the threat reports and ransomware also. It is available. I think 2-3 reports already published. Main thing is, see, there are different types of cyber attacks.
Yeah.
What we are saying is, you have to keep on detecting, monitor your ICT infrastructure for any kind of that attacks. Any scan, it will start with some scanning or some phishing mails. Majority of the infection start in initial vector will be phishing.
Right.
That's the first one. So you have to scan, you have to monitor.
Yes, sir. Prevention is one part, but for in worst case, I'm talking about like
ransomware. If you are saying,
yeah.
You should have a data backup. That is the main thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So even if it is data is lost, means anyway that will after some time it will come to dark web, and that will be sold and all.
Okay.
Very, very important things and all. Sensitive files you should never put in the internet interfacing systems.
Okay.
That's the main thing. Some cases, some configuration files also in the backup. The backup files also same network segment. Organizations are keeping in the same network segments.
Right.
That should be avoided. All the backup should be in separate offline, preferably offline mode. You have to keep.
Yeah.
First method, first thing is prevent. Somehow you have to, you should put all the reasonable security practices in order to avoid any kind of cyber incident.
That's true, sir. And my second question is, your site has very nicely provided like botnet removal tools and malware removal tools. And as the cyber attacks are going by this AI-enabled cyber attack, so malware and botnet, volume-wise and creativity-wise, now will be enormous in the coming days. So how are we prepared for that, sir?
See, the cyber attacks are actually evolving kind of things.
Yeah.
Now new paradigm is AI. I don't have actually easy answers, but we are also actually how to detect. Along with this MasterCard, actually we have prepared one how to detect attacks on API.
Okay.
APIs and all that I think 2 years ago we have released.
Okay.
So and we are developing different technologies. We are collaborating with the industry to detect AI-based attacks as well.
Right.
So over time we will be able to develop different tools with the help of industry.
Right.
We can develop some tools in order to avoid
yes,
these kind of things. That is
That's-
going on.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, you have told that some alerts are being given by you time to time. But if any threat or some problem is there, how can we approach you? Please give us some guideline how to approach you for that resolution of that problem and for auditors training you told. How can we approach you?
In the case of incident,
Yeah.
you can, there is a 24/7 help desk is there, and there is a email ID, incident at a certain.org.in. You can send a mail, or on our website we have incident reporting form is there. You download and fill all the details and send to us, email to us, or fax is available, or through we have social media handles as well. But rarely I didn't see much information, incident reported through social media handles. But anyway, we have the telephone or email, and through this mechanism, you can anyway report to us. And based on the severity, we used to fly to a particular location within 24 hours and do the incident handling activities. We used to send our team so that they will come with all the maybe forensic tool set also. They will detect what are the pinpoint which particular system is actually infected, finding out, isolation, taking the forensic image, then analyzing and give you the actual reports so that you can take corrective action. We used to do this one for the last 20 years, and with the help of CSIRT-Power, we want to do, if any, say, for all these years, we didn't see in the power sector any OT infiltration happened. So we need CSIRT-Power, their domain expertise, to find out if there is any extra thing that's happened or any impact and all. For that, we need their help. So now we are helping them to do all these activities so that they will, anyway, we congratulate actually CSIRT-Power. They actually catching up fastly to analyze some of these when some major vulnerability that is reported and all. They are doing that one. So we slowly, I think they will have they will come out to some stage so that we can, they can independently do all these activities without much intervention from certain.
Sir, in addition, sir, just a minute. In addition to that, Chris Kumar Sahab's suggestion, basically, if you are the power utility, you need to be approached to the CSIRT. We are the extended arm of the CERT. So all the power sector problems, alert, threats and advisories, we are the handling. our madam is there, scientist F is there, so they are doing, their team will be doing. So you can directly approach to the us, and we are taking the help from the CERT in their expertise. But so far as the power sector alert and advisories, we are the generally doing, and some suggestion if needed, then we approach to the CERT in further their guidance. Otherwise, we are doing right now. So it is better to approach them. It is better you approach to the CSIRT-Power. That's better.
You approach CSIRT-Power, you approach certain, because if say that incident severity that is critical, then you should mandatorily report to certain. So if it is coming, say it is DDoS, ransomware, then APT attacks, if these are the attack category, then you should mandatorily report to certain, maybe plus CSIRT-Power also. Some other than that one, we say some defacement or some scanning and all, you can report to CSIRT-Power directly. You need not report to certain. But there are some mandatory things that you should you must report to certain.
Sir, last, it is not a question, but a suggestion from this platform. Like in line with botnet removal tools and malware removal tools, as there is a now mandate guidelines to keep 180 days syslog. So what utilities at power plant level we are doing that whatever either freeware or paidware syslog server is available, we just configure that and we are maintaining. So we want that some certified syslog servers which should be available at your site. This is my just suggestion, sir. If we can do this.
We are not actually, we are not promoting particular company or kind of things at all.
Okay.
That is not there. We cannot do that one. We cannot favor particular companies and all. That is not there. It is up to that organization cybersecurity policy. What are the risk you can take. Based on that, you have to decide which server you want to take and how to and the deployment of that. You are actually free to do whatever things.
Okay.
But that policy need to be you have to adhere to the policy. That's all. There is no particular.
No, I am. My purpose is not to promote like we have initially said that some network testing and certification equipment is going on. In line with that, we
maybe
can
CSIRT-Power can do some research on that.
Sir, your question we can take take offline and we'll discuss that one because already the lunch time is here. So people are waiting for the lunch.
Okay.
So any question we will put, the participant may be put through the email, otherwise your phone number also will display there, so we can answer immediately. So, sir, Krishna Kumar sir, it is better we'll answer offline also.
Okay.
Thank you so much all. Now I request Sri S.R. Sharma, Superintending Engineer, Corporate Office, to present mementos to session chairs and to presenter as a token of appreciation. On behalf of everyone here, I sincerely thank you all presenters for sharing their knowledge and perspective with us. Now, to compensate for the delay, a very special gala lunch has been arranged in dining hall. You all may now proceed for lunch. And please be reassembled at conference hall at 2:45 p.m. for continuing the program.
No one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. Now but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know time's hard, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on. Like you used. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. But I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know time's hard to let, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are starting our session soon. Please fill your feedback forms. We are soon going to collect it. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We shall now resume our proceedings with the next session, and I invite your kind attention once again. I request Shri Mukesh Kumar, DGM, CSIRT-Power, to brief us on Introduction to Forensic Analysis. I once again request Shri Mukesh Kumar, DGM CSIRT-Power, to brief us on Introduction to Forensic Analysis. This session will be chaired by Shri LKS Rathore, Director CSIRT-Power, and Shri VK Kanogia, AGM IT NTPC.
उस पे आ गया ना इसका क्वेश्चन ये वाला ना आ गया आपको Good afternoon, everyone. With the permission of Chair, I would like to start my presentation. Thank you. So the topic of my presentation is the introduction of cyber forensic analysis. Most of you are not aware about this cyber forensic analysis. Some of might be aware of this terminology. So this is the most difficult phase of any conference. The session just after the lunch. So I'll be using simple language and simple terminology to go through with this presentation so that you can get something out of this presentation. So digital forensic analysis is nothing but uncovering digital footprints to solve the cyber crimes. So what is cyber forensic analysis? Cyber forensic analysis is nothing but just to gather the evidences from the incident site, analyzing it, and then after analyzing the findings of this analysis has to be presented in a meaningful manner so that the utility can get something out of this findings. So the scope of this cyber forensic analysis is to identify malwares and tracking hackers to uncovering corporate frauds or employee issues also. So these are some of the cyber forensic analysis criteria. I mean, whenever we get any incident from IR, so all the incidents might not be eligible for the cyber forensic analysis. So the incidents which are qualifying for this criteria are to be analyzed in a digital forensic analysis. And because digital forensic analysis is a very laborious and time-taking process, so all cases cannot be analysis on the cyber forensic. So these are some of the criteria. So those incidents which are high impact cyber incidents, they can be qualified for the cyber forensic. Outbound malicious communication. Your machine is communicating with some CNC server which are residing in some other countries and have a reputation of malicious domain. So those incidents are qualified for this cyber forensic analysis. The next one is compromise of public facing or critical system. Whenever there is a issues with the critical system, so we will deeply, thoroughly check the those system for the cyber forensic analysis. And although we are recommending there has to be a IT/OT air gap system, but in some cases, if that IT/OT air gap is somehow breached, so in that case also we will analyze this cyber forensic, go for this cyber forensic. And the next one is real-time system attacks. So whenever there is a real-time system attacks are happening in your organization, so we'll go for those incidents, we'll go for the cyber forensic analysis. Then financial application and mass system compromise. Where there is a mass system compromise are there, then we'll go for this analysis. So this cyber forensic analysis is a tedious process, or you can say a lengthy process, where there are 5 phases. So in part 1, we have 2 process, like identification of artifacts. Which artifacts you need to be collected, so that on those artifacts you can have a thorough analysis. And after identifying, you have to preserve those artifacts. That means data acquisition. This is the most critical part of any incident analysis or forensic analysis. Because if you don't get any data in data acquisition phase, if you don't get any meaningful artifacts, then there is no use of any analysis. So phase 3 is analysis. This is a very lengthy process. I mean, you have to jot down with a theory and go with that theory for the analysis. Maybe after spending some time, you might not get anything out of this. So you have to go on second theory, plan B. But this is the most lengthy process, analysis phase. You have to analyze all the artifacts and connect it with a meaningful manner. Then reporting and then presentation. So presentation and reporting means whatever you get any findings from this analysis, you have to share with that utility, and so that they can mitigate or patch up their system accordingly. So this is a, you can say, order of volatility. See, the lower part is a hardware devices like keyboard, mouse, removable disk, and this thing. The middle one is permanent storage. It's a, you can say, your memory or disk. The ROM is there, removable disks are there. And the third portion, the upper portion, it's a temporary storage area. In temporary storage area, everything is volatile. So whenever you switch off your system, then all the artifacts will get vanished. So you will not get anything from this machine. So remember one thing, whenever such kind of incident happens, where you have to, go for the forensic analysis, then in live system, from this live system, you can get this top portion, that's a traced details. So you can get traced detail as soon as possible. The timeline is very important in cyber forensic analysis, or you can stick to that timeline, because as soon as the time goes on, then your chances of getting the healthy artifacts will be diminished. So this is cyber forensic data acquisition and collection of. So what kind of artifacts you need to collect? So there are some system configuration details which you need to be collected. Then network log. This is the most important part of any analysis. So what kind of logs you need to collect? So firewall logs are there, proxy server logs are there, IDS IPS log are there, EDR, if you have any EDR, so you can take up this EDR logs also. Because for the healthiness or for the getting the clear picture, you need all these logs. And as in the previous session, it is discussed that you should retain your logs for 6 months. So all these log has to be presented while going for this cyber forensic analysis. Then artifacts collection, it's a system log, AD log, disk image, forensic trash. It's a volatile data which you have to should collect as soon as possible. Then threat intel data. If you have any threat intel type of data, then you need to preserve that also. These are the activities in cyber forensic analysis. Then you have a complete thorough network diagram by which you can get the whole picture where your all the systems are lying and how they are connected with each other. So that this is the first step in forensic analysis. Then data flow, how your data is flowing in your whole system. This is also a very crucial phase in the cyber forensic. Then trace analysis, the volatile data, that means the active process or your event logs or packet capture like that. So these things are analyzed in the cyber forensic analysis on the high-end servers. Then memory dump, then disk image analysis. So in various cases, if the time permits, we'll collect the trace detail. And if that trace detail is not enough, then we'll collect the whole system image. So trace detail will give you a very good idea about how much or how many processes or what processes are going on at that time. And then you correlate with the timeline of the incident and get a clear picture of how the incident maybe happened or what are going on at that time. So these are the analysis of cyber forensic. That means volatile data analysis, where you can get the network connections, running processes, then loaded DLL, which DLL are are in picture or in the use while at that time of incident. Then data recovery and carving. Data recovery means the deleted file recovery. So there are various tools by which you can get the deleted files from that memory portion. Then system artifact analysis. There are various files and artifacts where your recent files, loaded processes like that are stored in the system. So you need to collect all these things and analysis and make a meaningful picture out of this. Then email analysis and hash and keyword search. So there are IOCs and sensitive data are there, which are you need to be analysis while going for this cyber analysis. So these are some of the important IDs. As I said, the log analysis is a very crucial part of this forensic analysis. So while going for the log analysis, you should look for these event IDs. See, event 004 or 2071, it signifies that there has to be a firewall rule added in your system. So with that may be with your system admin permission, or may not be without his consent. So you should always go for this type of events. So hacker always, whenever he breaches your system, so these type of events will be created, definitely will be created in your log files. So you should look for, these are some of the log files, I mean, event data. So these are not exhaustive list. So these type of some of the event ID you should look for while going for this log analysis. See, 4702, a user account was created. That means somebody created some user account in your AD directory, or after creating this AD directory or AD user, that hacker will definitely accelerate the role privilege, or उसके जो roles होंगे आपको admin privilege देगा वो जरूर definitely. So these are the event IDs you should definitely check in your log files. These are some of the challenges faced by the forensic analysis. Some technical challenges are there. That means different media format, because जब भी हम किसी यूटिलिटी को बोलते हैं कि आप अपनी एक इमेज क्रिएट करके हमें भेजिए, तो किसी दूसरे फॉर्मेट में भेज देते हैं, while आफ्टर रिक्वेस्टिंग इन ए पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट के E01 में दीजिए, DD में दीजिए, देन फिर भी उसके बाद भी यूटिलिटीज जो है वो किसी तीसरे फॉर्मेट में दे देती हैं. सो दैट मेक्स ए कंपैटिबल इशू फॉर अस. एनक्रिप्शन, sometimes the images or the files are encrypted in a such manner we cannot decrypt them. So it's a challenge for us also. Anti-forensic. Sometimes hacker deploy anti-forensic techniques in your system, so that के if जैसे ही वो कुछ आपको sabotage करेगा, उसके बाद आप जैसे ही artifacts लेने जाएंगे अपने सिस्टम से, so anti-forensic technique आपको artifacts लेने से ही मना कर देगा, और कुछ इस टाइप से आपके सिस्टम को एनक्रिप्ट करेगा या आपका डेफर करेगा उस चीज को कि यू कैन नॉट टेक द इमेज और trace detail out of your system. Steganography and live acquisition and analysis. These are also some challenges faced by the technical team. And the mandate challenge. Mandate challenge is you don't have any mandate to check or get into the utility system or get the logs to be checked for forensic analysis. Then resource challenge, volume of data. The image of the server maybe in terabytes, or RAM of any server maybe in 120 GB, or maybe something like that. So storing these images or files is a huge challenge for technical team. Time taken to acquire and analyze forensic media. So this is the most difficult or crucial part of this forensic analysis. So time is very crucial in getting or acquire the data. So as soon as you get or collect the data from your system, then there are healthy chances of getting the good artifacts. To ensure a satisfied critical investigative and prosecutional need to all level of governments. So this is also one big challenge for us. So these are some of the recommended actions, immediate action, which utility should take while going or in case of any cyber incident. So as soon as you get any threat or any advisory from the central agencies like CSIRT or CERT-In or NCIPC, you should immediately go for the block for this IOC's indicator of compromise. Then infrastructure sanitization. You should clean your system or use some anti-malware tools in your whole infrastructure. Then malicious file removal. So जैसे ही किसी एजेंसी ने आपको एडवाइस किया कि something is going on, तो then your network team or your vendor team will go for this analysis, whole analysis. Then some malicious file should be there. So you need to identify those malicious file and try to remove that. Then password reset. Always reset your admin password as soon as you get the any advisory from the central agencies. Then USB access control. Always block the USB in your infrastructure so that any malicious actor should not insert the pen drive or anything removable disk in your infra. Update EDR, AV. Then DNS filtering is, we should go for this DNS filtering also. Deploy DLP. Then cyber audit. Cyber audit is very must for the any infrastructure, be it a IT or OT. So as you know, cyber security guidelines are also emphasized on this. You should go for the cyber audit once a year. So you can have your internal audit at any multiple of times. So it's not restricted to the for a year. So you can have your internal audit in 2 months, 3 months, or any period. Then there has to be a network segmentation. There are different zones, different zones for different servers or different machines or critical machines like that. Always deployed the IDS, IPS. So now this enhanced perimeter security. So this is your first line of defense. This is kind of BSF for your system. So always enhance your perimeter security by deploying a good or reputed, or you can say a good tool for the devices also. Always monitor your network behavior by deploying the NMS. And decommissioning legacy system. Yeah, it's a very big pain area, and you cannot decommission the whole legacy system in just go. But you should try your management or convince your management to go for the decommissioning of the legacy system. Ensure data backup. The data backup is a very must activity in your system infrastructure. So always have data backup, and one backup should be offline backup. So in case of any network sabotage or any ransomware attack, you have your data intact with in a physical copy. Cyber awareness training. So this is cyber awareness training. You should also conduct cyber awareness training in your organization. And the next month, Cyber Jagrukta Divas is there. So we should always go for this cyber awareness training. These are some of the tools which we are using in our CSIRT-Power for various kind of analysis. So for disk analysis, we are using FTK. For memory analysis, we are using volatility. Operating system, we are using Redline. Then Wireshark. Then Autopsy. Autopsy is a very good tool. These are open source tool, but NCASE is a proprietary tool. You have to acquire the license of this NCASE. Then Threat Intel and VirusTotal is also a paid version. So I'll go through with a case study. The case जो हमने अभी कुछ recently एक crack किया था, तो मैं जल्दी से इसको go through करता हूँ आपको. तो एक IR टीम ने हमें एक अलर्ट दिया कि एक कुछ malicious communication is happening on any system. So this is the IP of that utility, and malicious C2C IP is a 45, 142, 166 and 112. So ये एक PlugX malware से related था. PlugX malware एक बहुत ही notorious और एक बहुत ही dangerous type का एक malware है. So जैसे ही एक Chinese APT group के से related करता है ये, तो जैसे ही हमें ये केस मिला, उसके बाद हमने इसको आगे further. So केस मिलने के बाद हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था? So what are the objective of forensic analysis team? So what we are going to achieve? To identify the nature of malicious activity, the vulnerability exploited, वो किस vulnerability पे exploit करके अंदर घुसा है, या किस vulnerability को उसने exploit किया है. This is our case objective. The method of propagation, then source of infection and malware execution, defense invasion, and the most important, root cause of the security incident. रूट कॉज क्या था। उसके बाद है एनी एविडेंस रिलेटेड टू डाटा एक्सप्लॉइटेशन, मतलब हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से डाटा एक्सप्लॉइटेट होके C2C मैलिशियस एक्टर के पास गया भी है, वो पेलोड भी हमें चेक करना था। देन IOC रिलेटेड टू द मैलिशियस एक्टिविटीज। सो जैसे ही ये इंसिडेंट हमारे पास में आया, हमने अब 2 मशीन्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया। उन 2 मशीन्स की आइडेंटिफाई करने के बाद हमने उसकी फॉरेंसिक इमेज ली और उसका मैम डंप भी लिया, मेमोरी डंप भी लिया उसका। अब मेमोरी डंप लेने के लिए हमने FTK और NKS टूल्स का यूज किया था। देन जैसे ही रैम डंप जो हमने मंगाया था, उसका एनालिसिस करने के बाद हमें इस टाइप की स्क्रीन या इस टाइप का एनालिसिस के कुछ आर्टिफैक्ट्स दिखे। सबसे पहली लाइन देखे, जैसे इसमें लिखा है ना 145, 142, 166, 112, तो ये जो IP है ये किस EXE को यूज कर रहा है, avast.svc। avast इज ए एंटीवायरस टूल। सो एक avast svc.exe को ये कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं। सी डिस्क एनालिसिस को, इमेज को एनालिसिस करने पे हमें ये पता लगा कि ये एक प्लग एक्स रैट से संबंधित है और चाइनीज थ्रेड ग्रुप से भी इसका रिलेशन है। देन avast auth.dat, avast svc.exe एंड wsc.dln, ये तीनों फाइल इन दोनों मशीन्स पे हमें मिली। ये तीनों फाइल जो थी ये मैलिशियस फाइल हैं, बट इनका नाम इस तरह से रखा गया है so that they can masquerade your the whole IT team, so that they are looking like the legitimate files. इसके बाद हमने इसको और फर्दर एनालिसिस किया, इसकी रजिस्ट्री फाइल्स में, रजिस्ट्री हाइव्स में भी जाके देखा। तो इसमें जाके हमें देखे ये कुछ आर्टिफैक्ट्स और मिले हैं इसके अंदर जाके। तो सिस्टम 32 के अंदर हमारी एक फाइल होती है होस्ट फाइल। तो उस होस्ट फाइल को भी इसने मॉडिफाई किया था सो दैट के जैसे ही कम्युनिकेशन एस्टेब्लिश हो, तो जब हमारी होस्ट फाइल के अंदर एंट्री होगी तो ये एक हमें लेजिटिमेट एंट्री लगेगी। तो हमारी नेटवर्क टीम को भी ऐसा नहीं लगेगा कोई सस्पिशियस एक्टिविटी हो रही है इसमें। तो ये कुछ और फर्दर इसमें डिटेल्स हमें मिली थी। सी ये देखिए, कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट मैंने लगाए थे इसमें। तो इसको फर्दर ड्रिल डाउन करते करते हम एक ऐसी जगह पे पहुंचे जहां पे हमें कुछ आर्टिफैक्ट्स मिले कि ये तो एक किसी रिमूवल डिस्क से आया था। दैट मीन्स एक पेन ड्राइव से ये अंदर आया था। तो ये दिस इज द ग्लिम्स ऑफ दैट पेन ड्राइव। सी दिस इज द मेथड ऑफ प्रोपेगेशन। तो वो जो फाइल्स हमारी जो आई थी, तो उसमें avast.exe फाइल का जो लिंक था, LN के फाइल थी बेसिकली वो। तो जब भी वो किसी ने क्लिक किया तो उसके साथ में wsc.dll और avast.auth का पेलोड भी साथ में एग्जीक्यूट हुआ। एंड जैसे ये तीनों फाइल एग्जीक्यूट हुई तब प्रोपेगेशन शुरू हुआ। So this is the flow, basically. This is the flow of whole attack. सबसे पहले देखिए, they have created LN के फाइल in USB। एक USB में उन्होंने LN के फाइल रखी हुई थी। उसके बाद देखिए एग्जीक्यूशन। Once LN के फाइल is clicked, so जो भी हमारी फाइल थी cefhelper.exe, उसके साथ WSC एंड auth avast auth का पेलोड भी एग्जीक्यूट हुआ। उसके बाद हमारी क्रिएट द फाइल सेम लाइक लेजिटिमेट फाइल। जैसे मैंने बताया कि इस फाइल को उन्होंने इस तरह का नाम रखा कि ये हमें लेजिटिमेट लगे। एंड द परसिस्टेंट, ये देखिए जो हमारी रजिस्ट्री का जो पाथ है उसमें भी उन्होंने चेंज किया था और मॉडिफाई होस्ट फाइल को मॉडिफाई किया था। देन डिस्कवरी, यूज टास्क लिस्ट, ARP, ये सब उन्होंने कमांड रन किए थे। Then local data staggering and exploited the data following the external USB drive. एंड कमांड एंड कंट्रोल एंड लास्ट वन जो था वो CNC सर्वर से पोर्ट 80, 443 और 1110 पे कम्युनिकेट हो रहा था। तो ये पूरी चेन जो है ये एस्टेब्लिश करने के बाद वी कम टू नो दैट के यस समथिंग हैज हैपेंड एंड utility has to do lot of things to remediate this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will take, sir, only 2 questions here. The rest, if you have any query, you can mail anytime due to, sir, time issues.
Hello. Sir, my question is, due to increasing reintegration and use of number of inverters, PCS, that is power plant controller, etc. And also some of the developers are utilizing it from sourcing from the border sharing countries. How the risk can be mitigated, or any methodology of forensic testing of these equipments are in existence, or we have to do work in this regard?
Sir, in this regard, MOP has issued के जितने भी हमारे foreign equipments हैं, they are to be tested on certain labs. So this activity or task is given on to the CPRI, and they are doing progress in this regard, sir.
So it has been made compulsory to use the CPRI tested equipments?
So no, the utility or CPRI is exploring the possibilities in this area, and as soon as they will get the maturity on this, they will definitely publish.
Sir, in addition to this, there are 2 things are there. One is the component level testing, the chips and that one. It is under the exploration. So as far as the device level testing is going on, and the CPRI is doing that one, but sample test, not all the equipment. So whatever we take the components, they are simply taking the samples.
It was a nice presentation. My question is almost in the similar lines. Do we have generally forensic analysis is post-mortem, we say, it's after the incidents. Do we have any guidelines or any process to be followed, or any tools that we can apply in our IT and OT systems on a proactive way?
There is no such kind of guidelines on forensic analysis, sir. But as you said that this is the post incident analysis. So, I mean, we should collect the artifacts in a proper manner, so that and preserve them also for a longer period, so that in any case we can present them in a meaningful manner.
Sir, in addition to that, there is a, sir, basically, once the incidents occur, then the forensic will be there. So the incidents response team already circulated the SOP to prevent the incident. But once the incident happened, then the forensic is the post-mortem only to get the RCA. So that's it is better to follow the certain guideline, NCIP guideline, and the CSIRT-Power also issued the guideline to prevent and to minimize the incident. So this is the proactive action, and forensic is totally the post-mortem, is the post incidence activity.
But do we share this? Do we share this? Any incidents to any organization? Do we share the forensic reports?
Yes, sir.
Sir, there are right now, maybe I don't, in my opinion, there's 12 something forensic incidents are going on, forensic analysis. And 5, 6 is already done, and we issued the findings through the forensic to the utility. Based on that, also our forensic team issue the quarterly bulletin, yes, which is in a generalized nature. They are not pointing out which organization is there. We are not a so Organization name is not there, but the finding is shared to the utility so that they can be prevent this type of incident in future. That's there.
We are circulating a quarterly bulletin where all the findings of cyber forensic are to be shared with all the utilities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, all. I request Shri Devang Shah, AGM HR, GSECL, to felicitate the session chairs and presenter, please. Yeah, थैंक यू सर। और अब हम एक क्विज कंपटीशन कराने वाले हैं जिसका आयोजन करने के लिए मैं मिस हरिप्रिया ब्रिष्ट, साइंटिफिक ऑफिसर, और श्री आशीष गोयल, एजीएम CSIRT पावर को बुलाना चाहूंगी। इस क्विज को जज करने के लिए मैं श्री दीपक मित्तल, DGM IT SECI को स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी।
Good afternoon, all. I hope all are ready after this enlightening sessions for the quiz. And I hope you all will enjoy this process also. So,
Sir, we have capped some prices also. So you have to raise the hand, and we have Deepak Mittal ji. He will ask the person he will point out. That person should only answer. You have to raise your hand. Ma'am, please.
question will be displayed there.
Question.
Okay, the first question is Mitre attack framework tactics for which east-west traffic be monitored. So here are the options: recon, lateral movement, persistent, discovery. So
from last.
Please, anybody can give the mic to sir. Which one, sir?
Lateral movement. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
please give them
एक प्राइज उनको देंगे प्लीज।
Sir, please come on the stage.
Okay. वो वहीं पे दे देंगे हम उनको, एक प्राइज दे दीजिए वहां पे।
Okay.
आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट कि कुछ प्राइसेस लेके अगर उधर ही चले जाएंगे, ठीक है, तो इट विल बी बेटर। थोड़े से प्राइसेस लेके आप प्लीज पार्टिसिपेंट्स के बीच में रहिए.
The second question, which malware family was primarily associated with the 2015 Ukraine grid attack? Options are available here.
आप बताइए.
Can we have the mic, please?
It's C, Black Energy.
Yeah.
Right.
Good. A round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Price, please. Next man.
Next question is the web application. Other services are maintained and managed by some vendor. Who will be responsible for the security of these assets, application, services? Options are available.
बताइए सर, बताइए. आप बताइए.
Asset owner. First one.
Else.
I think House is agreeing for this answer. या कुछ लोग डिफर कर रहे हैं या क्या? नो, ठीक है. जब सारे लोग कर रहे हैं तो फिर एसेट ओनर आई थिंक इज द करेक्ट वन.
The best practice to reduce the associated risk with social engineering.
सर प्लीज. हाँ बताइए, बताइए.
C, implement behavioral and entity detection analytical tool.
अभी लोग एग्री कर रहे हैं क्या? नहीं, अभी भी कुछ लोग और डिफर कर रहे हैं शायद यहाँ पे.
सर आप बताइए सर लास्ट में. साहब हाँ प्लीज बताइए. माइक दीजिए, माइक.
B, training and user awareness session.
सर और कोई करना चाहेगा अटेम्प्ट? नहीं तो ये करेक्ट ही है. ठीक है. ये
चलिए.
What does zero trust architecture emphasize?
सबसे लास्ट में सर आप बताइए.
एक मिनट. हाँ.
D, continuous verification and least privilege access.
सर ट्रस्टिंग ऑल डिवाइसेस नहीं हो सकता क्या इसका आंसर?
नहीं सर,
मेरे को लग रहा था कि शायद ये भी हो सकता है.
नहीं.
नहीं होगा?
नहीं.
चलिए ठीक है, जब आप कह रहे हैं तो ठीक ही होगा फिर. चलिए
सर फिर जीरो ट्रस्ट नहीं रहेगा.
ठीक है. जीरो ट्रस्ट नहीं रहेगा मैडम बता रही है तो.
This ransom note is linked to which malware?
सर बताएं आप. हेलो, आप बताइए.
ऑप्शन सी, WannaCry. Yes, that is the correct one.
Yes, please.
Cross-site scripting attacks are best prevented through.
बताइए सर. आप बताइए सर, सबसे लास्ट में बताएं. सबसे लास्ट में.
ऑप्शन सी, सिक्योर कोडिंग प्रैक्टिसेस.
Yes. What technique is used to hide data inside images?
सबसे लास्ट में बताएं सर, सबसे लास्ट में.
Image rendering.
किसने बताया ये आंसर?
सबसे लास्ट में थे.
किस साइड से आया?
आप बताएं. आप बताएं सर.
सर अभी भी कुछ लोग डिफर कर रहे हैं शायद आपसे, कन्विंस नहीं हो रहे हैं. Can we take one more option to decide the answer?
Yeah, please. C is technography. Are you sure?
चलिए ठीक है.
Next one is which of the following is most important to include in forensic data collection and preservation procedures?
सर बताएं. Second. Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Preserving data integrity, sir.
Please. गिफ्ट दे दीजिए.
तो we will नहीं. अच्छा, okay.
Which of the following is the best way to mitigate the impact of ransomware attacks?
मैम आप बताइए लास्ट में.
हाँ.
The backing up data frequently.
Please.
Yes, this is the correct answer.
Correct answer. Thank you.
So I think people are attentive, but we have more sessions planned and more questions for you along with the prizes. So we are completing first round. After that, we will be again coming up with some more questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I invite Shri Tanuj Yadav, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power, to take us through his presentation on regulatory framework. Please give him a big round of applause.
Very good afternoon to everyone. So my session is on cybersecurity regulatory framework in power sector. So before going further, let me introduce myself. I am Tanuj, Assistant Director, currently working in CSIRT-Power, Ministry of Power. So these are the various headers I will cover in my upcoming presentations. That is, what are the various agencies operating in the cyber ecosystem? There are various guidelines and regulations related to cyber, why we have felt the need of these guidelines. And after that, we will cover mapping of our cybersecurity requirements that we will identify and compare them with the, we will do actually mapping with these requirements with CA Cyber Security in Power Sector Regulations 2025. It is currently is in draft stage, and it will publish soon, probably in this year itself. After that, we will compare our guidelines, CA Cyber Security guidelines.
Sorry for interruption, but our session chairs are coming.
Okay, please.
I request Shri C.N. Pendor, sir, AGM IT GUVNL, and Shri Satish Kumar, sir, DD CEA, to chair the session.
Good afternoon to the session chairs. So, sir, our agenda for this presentation is we will see what are the various agencies currently operating in the cyber ecosystem, and after that we will cover why we felt the need of these guidelines and regulations that like regulations that came in 2021. And after that, we will map our identify requirements with our draft CA Cyber Security Regulations 2025. It is currently in draft stage, and it is at MOP level. It may be published soon in this year itself. And after that, we will cover guidelines, CA guidelines 2021 with the regulations, draft regulations. So these are the agencies you are seeing in this slide. These are the agencies operating currently in cyber aspects of this our Indian ecosystem. First one is CERT-In, and second is NCIIPC. So both these agencies were set up under Information Technology Act under Section 70A and 70B of 2000. And after that, we have other government agencies also, NSCS, Intelligence Bureau, and MHA. And fourth one is our CSIRT-Power. That is my organization. Its work as a nodal agency for cybersecurity in power sector. It established wide MOP order 5th of April 2023. And with respect to reporting of incidents, for certain you have to report every cybersecurity incidents within 6 hours. In NCIIPC, where you have to report cyber incident related to our critical information infrastructure within 24 hours. What are these critical information infrastructures? These include sector like BFSI, banking, financial service and insurance, power sector, telecom, transport, health, and various other sectors. So in NCIIPC, you have to report the incidents within 24 hours. Now in CSIRT-Power, you have to report incidents within 6 hours. Now comes to this regulatory framework. Why we have felt this need of cybersecurity regulatory framework? Because we need there must be we have to strengthen our existing regulatory framework along with the GRC governance, risk, compliance level requirements. Further, we have to we have a secure cyber ecosystem, and we need to have a cyber security awareness. Further, we have to protect and make resilient our critical information infrastructure, and also we also need to ensure that our OT system. We have to also understand about the cyber security aspects of our OT systems during installation, commissioning, as well as maintenance phase. After that, we also need to have secure interconnection between our IT and OT. Apart from that, we also need to have our secure interconnection among our OT systems with the power system. Further, we have to also phasing out of our legacy systems, because it is also a pain in the neck. And also we have to set the minimum qualifications of CISO. So these are various other requirements also there, like cyber supply chain risk are also there. So I am not going to every point. Now this CA Cybersecurity in Power Sector Guidelines 2021. These regulations came in October 2021. It was the first intervention related to cyber security that came in power sector. The scope of these guidelines are all responsible entities, system integrator, manufacturers, IT and IT hardware and software OEMs that was engaged in Indian power supply system. And further, it is a guidelines, so it is not a recommendatory in nature. Actually, it is cover under CRC IEGC 2023 notification that has mandate that these guidelines of CA has to be complied by all the utilities. So these are the 14 articles and 80 clause has been covered in the guidelines. Not going to every these 14 guidelines. These are the actually broad structure of these guidelines. So now comes to our draft CA regulations 2025. Already told it is in draft stage, but it may be published soon. So scope of these regulations was it cover all the entities of MOP, attached office, PSU and its joint ventures, RPCs, power exchanges, responsible entities of power sectors, and all our IT and OT infrastructure. Its road structure is mentioned in this slide. It has total 10 chapters, 22 clause, and 3 schedules. In this slide, we have given the enforcement timelines of these regulations. So whenever these regulations come in official gazette, within 6 months of this publication, your utility has to comply with these regulations, except some regulations, that is 716, 725, 732, 8183, and 9. Why these regulations are exempted? The reason is that practically it may not be possible, not possible for certain regulations that they may be fulfilled within the short span of 6 months. So these are regulations are exempted. For these regulations to be make mandatory, separate notification will come out as authority may issue. So now we will various requirement we felt that these requirements should be cover the cyber aspect. We will cover how various regulations, clauses of these regulations are covering these regulations. Like I said, there was not any body that was dealing with cyber aspects in power sector. So regulation number 3 of our draft regulations that gives CSIRT-Power shall be coordinating agency for reporting and responding of cyber incidents. It will be a nodal agency for power sector for these cyber incidents, and also it will collect data and information pertaining to any cybersecurity incident. That will further helpful in our forensic analysis also. And after that, we have regulations 7, 8, and 9. These are the various regulations in our draft regulation. So these will cover GRC related requirements. Like I said, governance, risk, and compliance related requirements. These are like entity shall designate and regular employee of senior management level as CISO and alternate CISO. Further, these CISO and alternate CISO shall be citizen and residents of India. Actually, it was not mentioned in guidelines, though it is mentioned in regulations. It also mentioned about the qualification of this CISO. That is, he should have 15 years of experience in power sector or IT domain. Further, these regulations also cover this fact that some SLDs, if part of a parent or holding company, they must have a separate CISO. Further, it also includes the ring-fencing role of CISO, and it need to report to the head of the entity. Also, it has mentioned that establishment of ISD division that has to be work dedicatedly 24/7, and it must be headed by the CISO within India. It also meant because some utilities have concerns, then their top management are not taking the ISD division seriously, and some clauses need to be issued by CSIRT-Power that it need to be have sufficient manpower. So in our draft regulations, we have included that point that sufficient manpower need to be provided to ISD division. So manpower in ISD division shall be deployed for minimum tenure of 3 years. Other GRC related requirements are like self-audit every year. Actually, in guidelines, it was mentioned that self-audit will be done in every 6 months, but it is practically some utilities may face issue. So it is made self-audit instead of 6 months, it is made every year. Further, these compliances of this audit need to be reported to CISO MOP by 30 June of next financial year. Every utility have to make their cybersecurity policy that need to be approved and reviewed by the head or their board. Also, it was mentioned that the CII and the protected systems need to be discoverable, not to be discoverable on public platform until and unless it is approved by the head. Data retention policy, it was not in guidelines, it was in their regulations. Further, as sir said, threats are not always external. So some, in case we have also some insider threats also there. For this personal risk assessment of personnel that was engaged in, is engaged in O&M of critical system, that assessment has also need to be done. Further, procedure for making the cyber risk assessment and mitigation plan, CRAMP plan, it also need to be defined. Further, awareness and capacity building requirement, these already covered in earlier session, and I think the discussion has already been held, that at least once in every 6 months, this cybersecurity awareness and this tabletop exercise also need to be done. Personnel engaged in OM and of IT and OT shall mandatory undergo courses on cybersecurity, and ISD manpower shall attend cybersecurity training for at least 5 man-days in a financial year. These are covering under regulation number 7 and 8 of these draft regulations. Now, the secure interconnection between OT systems with the IT systems, these are covered under regulation number, some clauses are covered under regulation 7 and some are covered under regulation number 8. So it tells about the physical isolation of OT systems from internet as well as IT systems. But if in case it may not be possible, then there shall be a defined procedure that suitably hardened measures have to be taken with the approval of head of or board of entity. And such interconnection shall have a perimeter level security devices. Further, our fifth is secure interconnection between OT systems with the power system. So interconnection between OT systems also should have a dedicated communication, and it should be isolated from the internet. It's covered under regulation number 8. So other requirements related to phasing out of legacy systems is covered under regulation number 7, and some points are covered under regulation number 12. So every utility have to make defined procedure for safe and secure disposal of their obsolete cyber assets, and what are the data stored in these assets. Also, they have to make a defined procedure for safe and secure disposal of this sensitive data and sensitive information. It also need to be done by the utility. Further testing requirement, related to this OT equipment, it also need to be done whenever Government of India actually MOP comes with an order under 2021 related to testing of these OT equipments. Some labs are there like CPRI, REDA, and other labs are also there. So, and further, all IT products procured are complied with and tested in adherence with the order issued by the Government of India. That is also there. Further, supply chain risk requirements. So, inclusion of this necessary cyber security requirements also need to be done during the patent set. Further, vendor need to also provide SBOM, software bill of material, as per the certain guidelines. Certain also came with HBOM also. So also in the supply chain risk requirement, all systems available to entity are available to entity through their contract period useful life of. Actually, vendor need to ensure that these system patches and updates should be made available to this utility. Further, is certification and cybersecurity audit requirements. This ISO 27001 need to be complied, and it's come under regulation number 16 of this our draft regulations. Further, it also mentioned about auditor to submit audit closure report within 8 months from the commencement of audit to the head of the utility. And no 4 consecutive certification audit shall be carried out by the same auditing agency, as it conveyed earlier, that every agency may not identify all the vulnerabilities of system. So there may be a good point to so that we can change after every 3 to 4 cycles, we can change our auditing agency. And no 3 consecutive cybersecurity audits shall be carried out by same agency. This is also point under regulation number 16. Further, the regulation number 17 also mentioned about protection and resilience of our critical information infrastructure. And it also mentioned about that utility need to approach appropriate government, means state governments, within 60 days of identification of an asset as a CII. Other general cybersecurity requirements are also there, like remote access only for troubleshooting and emergency required. It should not be encouraged. Log of ICT systems and interconnection of OT with IT system and their forensic records need to be retained for 6 months. 180 days prior and post to a cyber incident to be made available, at least these logs at least to be made available 365 days from the date of that incident. And last 2 working data backups need to be retained. It will be very helpful. Further, these cybersecurity audit as well as self-audit reports need to be retained of the last 3 cycles. And regulation number 20, that is miscellaneous chapter, it mentions about that CISO MOP may take appropriate proceedings may take appropriate proceedings against the utility under Section 146 of Electricity Act 2003. So now we will compare our draft regulations versus guidelines, how regulations are more comprehensive than the guidelines that came in 2021. So earlier the guidelines that came in 2021, their scope is not as much wider than these regulations, because the guidelines is applicable to all the responsible entities, system integrator, manufacturer, IT and software OEMs, while these regulations cover all the entities of power sector, including their attached bodies, statutory body, autonomous bodies, PSU, their joint ventures, and the power exchanges, along with the responsible entities also. Further, this slide is comparing regulations versus guidelines. So in guidelines, CISO to be an Indian national by birth, it was not mentioned. Regulations specifically mentioned these things, and it also mentioned about that the power system elements that are directing need to be controlled and managed from the within the national boundaries. Also, it mentioned about securing of IT and OT systems along with OT interconnections. It also tells about web application firewall. It also in guidelines there are no mention of secure remote operation and remote access, but in regulations it was mentioned. SBOM is also mentioned in the regulations. Data retention policy is also there, but it was not in guidelines. But regulations also mentioned that the remote operation confined to within India, not to the outside India. Further, SLDC is also this part of SLDC. This is a part of parent or holding company, and it need to be having a separate CISO. And this I have already told the frequency of carrying out self audit has been changed from 6 months to annually in these draft regulations. Thank you. This is all from my side. Sir, do you have any point?
It was very nice presentation, and there were snapshots of guidelines available. My question to you is how important it is for an organization to frame security policies, frameworks, and guidelines to combat the evolving cybersecurity landscape.
Sorry,
And
sir. Can you repeat? I'm not getting.
means how important it is for any organization to prepare, frame security guidelines, patches, policies, frameworks to combat this evolving cybersecurity threats.
Yeah, sir.
And what are the duration of amendments required? How frequently we should change these policies?
Sir, actually, in regulations itself, it is mentioned that whenever a utility has prepared their guidelines, their cybersecurity policy, it also mentioned about that utilities have to annually review their cybersecurity policies also. So these things are already envisaged in guidelines as well as regulations. So I think it will not be a concern in this our regulatory framework.
As myself from CA, so only advice I can say, especially I seen whenever there is a CISO change in CISO, please kindly inform immediately to the next level authorities, because I seen sometime there is change in CISO, but we don't have any information. So these gaps will create the communication gap. So only request as a suggestion, please do inform your no CCO details to the CA. Thank you.
Does it speak about any manpowers involved for cybersecurity and
Yes,
the
sir.
qualifications and
Yeah.
the experience?
Actually, in draft regulation, it mentioned about minimum 8 number of officials in IST division.
About qualification or any certificates required for this specific
Sir. Yeah, it's mentioned about cyber certifications also, and it also mandates about the a training course in financial that need to be done by the officials working in this IST division.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I request Shri Deepak Kumar Assistant Director, CEA, to felicitate the session chairs and presenter. Those who have not filled their feedback form, please fill the form so that we can collect them. Thank you all. It is now time for the final session of the day. May I request Shri Leeladhar Meena, Director, NCIIPC, to share the insights on identification of CII. As session chairs, I request Shri P.B. Parmar, ESLDC, and Shri Ashish Loya, Deputy Director, CSIRT-Power. Please come up on stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. आवाज बड़ी कम आ रही है. I hope all are awake. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Those who do not know me, I'm Leeladhar Meena, Zonal Director of NCIPC. My office is in Mumbai. So the session which has been given to me by CSIRT-Power is the identification CI. Though I would have liked to speak more on how we can discuss on the practical cybersecurity aspect, which can actually improve cybersecurity portion. Nevertheless, I will try to cover it in a very short span, and maybe if you have any queries over the course of discussion, I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you. Yeah. So, as you all are aware, NCIPC is a National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, which is one of the units of NTRO. It is one of the national nodal agency. I believe my friend just prior to me, he gave a brief overview of the various cybersecurity agencies operating in India. So this is, I believe he missed a couple of those. Maybe I would just brief you. The National Security Council Secretariat, I believe, which he was already mentioned. The NCIPC, certain, there are sectoral certs. There's a Defense Cyber Agency looking after the defense establishment. And there's I4C, which looks after the cyber crime. And the various framework, recently NCRF is the National Cyber Security Reference Framework, which is applicable to the critical sector entities of which have been notified by NCIPC as the protected systems. So whichever agency which have been notified as a protected system, so we have already shared the NCRF with them. It's a restricted document. We have not made it public as of now, but very soon maybe the redacted version of the same will be made public. So what is NCIPC and what is exactly its role and functions are? As you are aware, it's a national statutory body created under a section 70A of the IT Act. You can say the sister agency is certain, which is created in section 70B, NCIPC is under section 70A. And the national body for protection of the critical information infrastructure of the country. Now let us dwell our thoughts what is CII? What is it qualifies for? What does it stands for? I'll just skip this because I believe I already covered this. So this is the Indian cyberspace. Within Indian cyberspace, there are 7 critical sectors as on date. Within the 7 critical sectors, there are critical information infrastructure. And as per the IT Act, the definition says CII means any computer resource, incapacitation or destruction of which can have a debilitating impact on national security, national economy, public health, and public safety. Many of my friends, prior to my presentation, they were discussing कि सर हमारा CII identification का activity पूरा नहीं हुआ. उन्होंने हमें document भेजा होगा, but there has been no response which they have received. So please have a look at the definition again, and please introspect whether you fall under this category. Do you think the incapacitation of the computer resource can have a negative impact on the national security, national economy, and public safety? And post the joint assessment, though I'll be covering the process of CII identification in detail, but this is appropriate government which need to notify the protected system along with the associated dependent. And this is one interesting aspect. Any person who tries to secure access or maybe the unauthorized access to the notified protected systems is liable for imprisonment up to 10 years. I don't know how many of you are aware. I mean, can I have numbers? How many of you are aware about this? Very few. I can find only one gentleman. So these are the 7 critical sectors. Top being the BFSI, which includes the banks, securities markets, stock exchanges, depositories, clearing corporations, insurance companies, pension fund regulatory authority. Then we have a telecom like telecom, MTNL, BSNL, Jio, Airtel. Power and energy, we all are power sector entities. So state load dispatch centers, power distribution utility, transmission utility. Transport, then we have health sector has recently been notified as one of the critical sectors recently. There are certain agencies which do not fall under any of the ambit. They fall under the category of PSU, which are being declared as CII under the strategic and public enterprise. And of course, there's a government sector like state data centers of the government. So prior to we see identification or the notification of any of the CII, these are 4 parameters essentially that we need to dwell and think of. Do they impact the national security? Do they have any kind of a negative impact on the national economy? Do they have any impact on the public health or the public safety? I mean, does the power sector fall? I mean, does the state load dispatch centers or the power distribution company fall under this category? Anyone? I mean, I would request the volunteers to give the mic here, please, sir. I would request a more interactive section because it's not something which I'm used to be very honest. Public safety. Okay. How? The why I'm keeping it more interactive is because there are many people who still have a doubt regarding okay, why they are not being qualified as CII. क्या आप सर को माइक दे देंगे प्लीज कोई जरा एक बार Yes, sir.
Public safety, because the power is connected for all the hospitals, transport.
Absolutely.
So if anything goes down, metro rail network goes down in Delhi, then it will be affecting directly or indirectly the safety.
I have an interrelated question. Does the IT network of any of the power sector utility qualifies to be CII?
Not necessarily.
Thank you, sir. Because this is the question which I keep on answering to many people. Yeah. I believe I've lost my presentation. Display me around. Thank you. So this is the process of CII identification. Any of the entities who are interested in for the assessment of their computer resource as a CII, this is the process which we generally adopt. We generally interact with the regulatory bodies of the ministry to give us the priority list because Initially, when NCIPC started doing the CI assessment, we used to interact with the entities directly. When we thought of, we need to have a understanding and the visibility of the larger ecosystem. So we thought of interacting with the ministries and the regulatory bodies. They give us the priority list, okay, based upon their assessment. These are the set of organizations which qualifies or fall under the category of the critical installations. Post which we interact with the concerned body, we have a joint assessment with them, what kind of a business function they have. Based upon the critical business function, they have any kind of impact on these 4 parameters of national security, economy, public health, and public safety. Then whether the underlying system of those qualify to be in CII. Based upon which we do the identification, there is a certain template that we have prepared. Based upon the template, we try to document whatever information that is essential. Essentially, that belongs to the business function and the supporting IT infra. And the impact assessment, if there is any kind of a negative impact on the confidentiality, integrity, availability of that particular computer resource, what practical impact it will have on the ground. Based upon which the identification CI is being done, and we send our recommendation to the respective ministry, the regulators, after which the appropriate government or the appropriate ministry does the notification of those particular CI as a protected system. So if anyone have any of the doubt regarding this, maybe I'll be happy to answer this, because this is one of the important function and the main agenda for this presentation is not given to me. Anyone has any doubt, I'll be happy to answer. या तो सबको सब कुछ समझ आ गया, कुछ तो समझ नहीं आया. Anyways, I'll carry it forward. So these are the mechanism which how does the NCIPC operates. We generally have the front-end deleting, which are zonal directors or the sectoral directors, which keep on interacting with the respective critical sector entities for the purpose of understanding their ecosystem, what is the requirement all. We have a supporting backend technical team which does the core analysis. We have our own analytics center in Delhi, which is the National Security Analytics Center. And third is we also keep on doing the 24/7 threat monitoring at the own National Security Analytics Center and the NCCC as well, which has been developed by the MIT and CERT. These are the monitoring mechanism that we do. I mean, we operate generally based upon the sectoral coordinator basis. We review each of the 7 critical sectors and the respective business function and what kind of a functionality they have and what kind of assessment that has been done. Then we also work with the nodal regulators like RBI, SEBI, CE, etc. Fourth point is one of the important element through which we have tried to establish an institutional mechanism within the entities which have been notified as a CII, wherein we have a quarterly meeting with the under the chairmanship of the respective MDs, which is also attended by the CISO, CTO, technical teams and all, including the finance. So at least whatever the discussion they have the backing of the top management. So why cybersecurity is important, why the cybersecurity critical install is important. So all these agenda points are discussed in this. In addition to that, we have an integrated analysis of the various assessment reports that is being submitted by the critical sector entities. When I say integrated analysis, we don't look at the reports in silos. We would have a look at the red teaming report in conjunction with the audit report, with the VAPT report, with the threat hunting report. We also comment upon, okay, if the audit has been done appropriately or not. And on multiple occasions, those of the CISOs with whom I've interacted, who are present here, they can compliment by saying this, yes, we have found many gaps in the way how the audit is being conducted on ground. When we say of scope, then what kind of sample size has been taken? If the sample size is appropriate, what kind of a test has been done? If the test has been done, how detailed it has been done? Because these are the small things, cybersecurity, which matters a lot, which can have a big impact on the overall cybersecurity posture of any of the entities. Then we also do the threat hunting part. We have also done the risk assessment of the multiple state-of dispatch centers across the country. And we keep on reviewing the audit reports regarding the quality and the functions. Please let me know how much time we have, because I have multiple slides I can cover. Yeah. So these are the protection-related capabilities from NCIPC. We keep on generating the alerts and advisories. We have every year we organize a huge capacity building activity, which is we call it as a CSIRT activity, which is being organized in the 4 different parts of the country, Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, and Bangalore. We keep on sharing the tailored advisory regarding the vulnerabilities and threats. We advise on the network architecture, ISMS, CCMP, SLAs, cybersecurity matters. One of the core functions of NCIPC regarding the tracking of the advanced persistent threat actors, because we have a dedicated team of analytics which also looks after the dedicated hunting part as well. It has been, we have seen in the past that multiple indicators of compromise which have been reported by NCIPC. They were not declared in the open source platforms like Virus Total or Abuse IBTP for quite long. Eventually, they were identified as malicious after a month or 2 months of time. Then this is one of the important functions which we do is regarding the cross-sectoral exchange of the information. Wherein, let us say, if we witness any kind of a cybersecurity threat or cybersecurity incident of weakness in, let us say, telecom sector, based upon that, maybe we advise the appropriate entities in the other sectors as well. What can go wrong? How the other organization they have dealt with this? What are the weaknesses they were there which you can plug in time? Then there's a risk assessment activity wherein the team of NCIPC which visits the notified CIIs, especially in the power sector. We do the holistic overall assessment, which we have done submitted the report to individual agencies. Then the incident response, the special audit, incident response activity, we are limiting ourselves to the CI critical sector entities as of now. And the special audit is regarding the NAT audit, which is driven by the NSCS. And the agencies are selected mutually by the NSCS and NCIPC for conducting these audits. Regarding the R&D activities, we had initiated one large indigenous in-house adaptive cyber defense solution project, in which we had also done the field trials of multiple state load dispatch centers and the grid operations in India. So whatever the feedback that we got, we are trying to improve. And if the product is successfully developed and deployed, it can act as one of the ambitious indigenous in-house product solution which can replace the security operations center of the, especially for the power sector entity in future. This is one of the additional service that the NCIPC provide regarding the NCIPC threat dissemination platform, wherein the automated sharing of indicators of compromise with the multiple entities. As of now, we have more than 170 plus institutions onboarded onto this. And again, we also do the threat profiling along with the maturity of the indicators of compromise that we share, that how mature it is, what is the confidence scoring that you have, based upon which organization can take appropriate action. I have already spoken about the risk assessment, so I'll be skipping this. Passive V again, my colleague from CERT, they mentioned regarding the CSK. The CSK is more of regarding the bot cleaning. This is one of the activities which NCIPC does is regarding doing the passive vulnerability assessment of the remote perimeter of the institutions. RVDP is again, I believe my colleague from CERT has already covered this. Special NAT audit, this is which I spoke about regarding it is being the activity which we do in collaboration with the National Security Council Secretariat, in which we conduct the special audit of the entities which we feel are critical in nature. These are the list of activities which we do: review the policies, SOPs, architecture review, compliance review, incident response, log and database analysis. These are other ancillary protection-related activities that the NCIPC undertakes. We keep on reporting the phishing domains to the entities which we find, and this is largely for the BFS entities which you have seen in the past. Regarding the cyber awareness capacity building, I have already said. Mobile application testing, specifically for the for any of the mobile internet banking mobile applications that we use. The entities keep on approaching to NCIPC that if there are any critical vulnerabilities which are lying in their mobile applications, same are being tested and reported to the respective organization. This is one of the framework, I believe, which has been recently launched by Deputy NSA in November 2024. It says it is the National Cybersecurity Framework, which is largely applicable to the critical sector entities in India. So any entity which have been notified as a protected system, this framework is largely applicable to them. There were many international framework which the entities need to refer to, but there were no India-specific framework as such. So NCIPC, along with the NSCS, we have developed this framework, which was launched in 2024. We have shared this with all the critical sector entities. for the purpose of adoption as if now. And we have also given in none of the framework that we have found out that we have also listed down the key performance indicators. If any of the institution, they want to quantitatively check regarding the compliance rate of any of the frameworks, there are KPIs which have been mentioned in the NCRF, which they can objectively assess themselves. In addition to the objective assessment, those KPIs can also be used for the purpose of the risk assessment and also for enhancing the scope of the audit if they want. And this is, I believe, it has got approximately 61 processes, largely mapped to all the critical sector entities. One thing which we have not done is we have not overridden any of the sectoral regulation of the sectoral guidelines, because sectoral guidelines are still necessary because those are very, very specific to a particular sector. But for any of the institutions, let us say, one of the weaknesses which I have seen in the power sector is they don't have a dedicated department of the information security. So any of the institution, if they want to have an planned information security department, what kind of a people it should have, what kind of a skill they should have, what kind of a knowledge base they should have, that entire information is already covered in the NCRF. Also, you can always use, because it's a national framework, you can always use this framework as a baseline for getting the requisite approvals. I believe I've already spoken about this, so this is one of the recent projects which NCIPC did along with the IIT Kanpur regarding the quantitative assessment of the critical sector entities, which we call it as cybersecurity capability maturity models. Again, which assesses the maturity of the institutions based upon the 50 to 55 domains. It has been mapped to the NCRF, and I believe the on-field trials of this particular model has also been done. For those CISOs who have attended the CSIRT activity at Delhi, I'm sure they are aware about this. You see, I'll be skipping this. I believe this. These are the specific threats to VCI. I mean, just a brief cut of the various cyber attacks which has happened in the past, maybe the colonial pipeline attack in the United States, or the cyber wars held in various parts of the world, or the ransomware attacks. There was one kind of a discussion which was happening in the today's earlier session, that in one of the session chair, they asked, what if the ransomware attack happens and what the data is important, what kind of a, especially the recovery part, in spite of having the controls in place, if the ransomware attack happens, what can be done? So I can just share you a very, very small case study. There was one ransomware incident in the BFSI industry in November 2022. In which, because DC and DR side, they both are logically connected, the ransomware attack happened on both of the sides. So eventually the entity was left with nothing how to recover from it. This was essentially the query of one of the session chair. So I believe based upon that learning, what NCIPC has done is we have advised entities to develop an isolated recovery environment. That even if all the controls fail, you should have an isolated recovery environment which will cater for your immutable backup. I repeat, immutable backup, which can be used for the purpose of the recovery in case of such instances. Based upon the merit of our recommendation, SEBI, which is the regulatory body for the securities market, they have included this as part of their cybersecurity framework. And as on date, all the stock exchanges, clearing corporation, depositories, they should and they must develop an isolated recovery environment to cater specifically for this kind of a threat. I believe the critical sector entities which have been notified in the power sector also, we have been suggesting them as well, because the main challenge for this particular kind of environment is conducting the drill on ground rather than limiting only to papers. So with this, I would like to end my presentation if anyone has any query, because there are a lot of slides, I believe, which may not be applicable in the context that we are discussing as of now. This, I believe, my colleagues have already discussed. So this is the worst part of being the last presenter of the session. Majority of things that we want to set are already been covered. Anyways, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a nice presentation. Sir, I have one question. Sir, till now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sir, till now, not all the power sector utilities are declared CIA. Okay, sir. So, sir, my question is that how NCIPC can enforce any power sector utility to become a CIA declared? Suppose that they are not willing. So, under which legal provision you can enforce that? That if you are not willing doing CIA, being declared to CIA? Are there any punitive actions from NCIAP side?
See, for any of the entities not declaring themselves as an CIA, there is no punitive mechanism. That's a clear-cut answer. But again, it is not only dependent upon the entity, because when I during the state of my presentation, I already mentioned that when we start the process of notification of the CIA, we always approach the ministry first or the concerned regulatory body. That please give us a list of priority list. Which are the entities which you feel are critical for from the perspective of the national security, economy, public health, or public safety. Based upon their assessment, they give us the list, and we then interact with the respective organization. If any of those entities are not cooperating, we write back to the minister, the regulator, that to take appropriate action. But yes, as far as any punitive measure is concerned, though no punitive measure from the NCIPC perspective, but the respective minister regulatory body can always take.
As of now, though, there are no legal provisions, right?
There are no legal provisions unless until they are declared a CA. But having said that, government can always ask a question to the regulatory body or the ministry, why this has not been catered for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rathore sir. You have provided excellent opportunity here to all of us to learn capacity building here. And Meena sir is very much guiding all the Western regional states. Sir, आपसे जानकारी के लिए 3-4 सवाल हैं, उसमें आप थोड़ा गाइडेंस भी देना और बाद में उसको किस तरह से सॉर्ट आउट कर सकते हैं वो भी आप थोड़ा हेल्प करना। सर, ये सवाल है फर्स्ट, CII नोटिफिकेशन एंड डी नोटिफिकेशन का पीरियड कितना होना चाहिए, क्या क्या होना चाहिए, एक ये सवाल है।
एक एक करके करते हैं।
यस यस।
CI नोटिफिकेशन का पीरियड, जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि अगर कोई मिनिस्ट्री रेगुलेटरी ने कहा है कि ये संस्था क्रिटिकल है, वो NCIPC के पास आती है, NCIPC पे उसकी CI आइडेंटिफिकेशन एक्टिविटी कंप्लीट हो जाती है। अब डी नोटिफिकेशन की जहाँ बात है, लेट अस से कोई संस्था ऐसी है जो कि आज की डेट में क्रिटिकल है, बट ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम उस एंटिटी का बिजनेस फंक्शन चेंज हो चुका है, तो हो सकता है जो हमने पहले डिक्लेयर किया हो उसको डी नोटिफाई करना पड़ेगा, और हो सकता है उन्होंने कुछ एडिशनल फीचर ऐड किए हो विच माइट बी क्रिटिकल फॉर द नेशन, उसको हमें एडिशनल नोटिफिकेशन करना पड़ेगा। तो इसका जो टाइम पीरियड है वो हमने 2 साल रखा है, और इस पर्टिकुलर चीज के लिए जो हमने बताया था कि ISSC कमेटी जो है उसके पास ये अथॉरिटी है फॉर द रीअसेसमेंट ऑफ CI एवरी 2 years, और जो ISSC कमेटी का जो मैंडेट है, टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस है, वो IT एक्ट 2018 फॉर प्रोटेक्ट सिस्टम ऑलरेडी डिफाइंड।
थैंक यू सर। सर, क्लाउड सर्विसेज हम OT नेटवर्क में अलाउ नहीं करते हैं, और उसका रीज़न भी है। पर्टिकुलरली OT सिस्टम्स आर एंड ऑफ लाइफ, एंड ऑफ सपोर्ट हर जगह पे देखा जाता है। दैट मे बी द वन ऑफ द मेन रीज़न व्हाई इट हैज़ नॉट बीन अलाउड। तो सर, इसमें किस तरह से अगर किसी को क्लाउड सर्विसेज यूज़ करना है MEIT MPanel को, तो हम किस तरह से उनको अलाउ कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए आपका थोड़ा सा गाइडलाइन मिल जाएगा, और बाकी का डिस्कशन बाद में कर सकते।
क्योंकि एक एक्टिविटी होती है, हम कहते हैं रिस्क असेसमेंट। ऐसा नहीं है कि जो एंटिटीज CI नोटिफाइड है या जो प्रोटेक्टेड सिस्टम नोटिफाइड है उनका कोई क्लाउड पर सर्विस नहीं ले रहे हैं। बहुत सारी संस्थाएं हैं, बैंकिंग सेक्टर में बहुत है, स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में बहुत, बट हर किसी का जो रिस्क लेवल बहुत डिफरेंट है। अब मैं कहता हूं कि पावर सेक्टर में OT सिस्टम है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट, आपके जो सिस्टम्स हैं वो काफी समय से अनपैच्ड है, राइट, तो कोई भी गवर्नमेंट आपको ये नहीं कहेगी कि हाँ आपकी जो डिटेल्स हैं जो अनपैच सिस्टम की वो किसी भी आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन के बाहर कहीं जाए। आई बिलीव आप सभी ने भी रिसेंटली नायर एनर्जी वाला केस सुना होगा, वेयर इन द माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने कुछ समय के लिए उनकी सर्विस बंद कर दी थी, करेक्ट। तो दैट इज द ओनली स्पेसिफिक रीजन। जब मैं कहता हूँ रिस्क एपेटाइट, तो हम ये कहते हैं कि हम ये नहीं कहते कि तुरंत मना नहीं है, बट हाँ आप जो है अप्रोप्रिएट रिस्क जरूर एसेस कीजिए कि क्या क्या खतरा हो सकता है, और आपने उसके लिए एडिक्वेट कंट्रोल्स क्या ले रहे हैं, बेस्ड अपॉन विच एन इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजन कैन बी डन, रादर देन कि हाँ क्लाउड पे आप शिफ्ट कर जाइए, मत कीजिए, उसके रिगार्डिंग नहीं, बट वी शुड डू इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजन मेकिंग।
राइट सर, थैंक यू। सर, अभी रिसेंटली बहुत सारा RE इंटीग्रेशन हर एक जगह पे आ रहा है स्टेट में, और इसके चलते SLDC का जो CII है, SCADA सिस्टम, उसके साथ बहुत सारे डेटा इंटीग्रेशन इंडिविजुअल आरई जनरेटर से आ रहा है। तो सर उसमें आप क्या थ्रेट देखते हैं और किस तरह का प्रिवेंटिव मैकेनिज्म्स लेने चाहिए स्पेसिफिकली फॉर सच टाइप ऑफ सिचुएशन, उसमें थोड़ा गाइडलाइन भी अगर आप जारी कर सकते हैं तो वो सबके लिए बेहतर है।
श्योर। देखिए जितनी मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है आरएमसी सिस्टम की, आपके आरई जनरेटर्स होते हैं, वहां से फिर वो एक आईपी एड्रेस के थ्रू कनेक्ट करके फिर आपके आरएमसी के स्काडा में इंफॉर्मेशन फर्निश करते हैं, राइट। तो हमने जितने भी देखे अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के समय हमने देखा था कि जो कि स्टेट लो डिस्पैच सेंटर के दो सिस्टम जो कि इंटरनेट को एक्सपोज है, एक तो वेब बेस्ड एनरी शेड्यूलिंग सिस्टम और आरईएमसी, इन दो को काफी टारगेट किया था। इनमें से एक आधा स्टेट लो डिस्पैच सेंटर की वेबसाइट पे डिफेस वगैरह हो गई। तो क्योंकि उनकी फंक्शनिंग इस प्रकार से है कि आप उनका इंटरनेट एक्सपोजर डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं कर सकते, तो हम मिनिमाइज जरूर कर सकते हैं। जब मैं मिनिमाइज करने की बात कर रहा हूं, एसएलडीसी आज की डेट में अपनी आरई जनरेटर्स को जो ऑनबोर्ड करती है वो सिर्फ ये कहते हैं कि हाँ आप जो भी आरई जनरेटर को मैं ऑनबोर्ड करूंगा आपको एक स्टैटिक पब्लिक इंडियन आईपी के थ्रू कनेक्ट करना होगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर 100 आरई जनरेटर्स कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं तो हर आरई को कनेक्ट करने के लिए एक स्टैटिक पब्लिक आईपी वो एसएलडीसी को दे दे और एसएलडीसी उसको अपनी फायरवॉल में जो है व्हाइट लिस्ट कर दे। इससे होगा क्या, आरईएमसी का जितना भी पूरा सिस्टम है उसके रिगार्डिंग आपका जो रिस्क लेवल है वो कंपेरेटिवली बहुत ज्यादा कम हो जाता है।
थैंक यू सर। लास्ट यस एनीबॉडी?
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but
last
okay, sir. Okay.
मैम आई बिलीव ये कॉन्फ्रेंस इसी पर्पस के लिए
No, actually, some of our delegates have to catch their flight. That's why we are ending soon.
लास्ट पॉइंट सर, एनसीआईपीसी से ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि हर एक स्टेट में जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस टू एडॉप्ट उसके लिए कंटिन्यूस ऐसे मीटिंग या कॉन्फ्रेंसेस या वर्कशॉप अरेंज किया जाए तो वो हर एक एसएलसी के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। थैंक यू।
मैंने आपका सर पॉइंट नोट कर लिया, लेकिन लेट अस ट्राई, बिकॉज अभी तो हम जो है कि साल में एक बार ये वाली एक्टिविटी करवाते हैं, बट विल डेफिनेटली ट्राई कि हम इसको और थोड़ा एक्सपांड कर सकते। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir. I request Srimati S.K. Pandey, Chief Finance Manager, GSECL, to kindly felicitate our session chairs and presenters. Thank you all. Now it's time for the second round of our quiz. I invite Shri V. N. Das, DGM CSIRT, and Shri Himanshu Kumar, Deputy Manager CSIRT-Power, to conduct the quiz. The quiz will be judged by Shri Prateek Srivastav, Deputy Director CSIRT-Power.
With the permission of quiz chair, we will continue the quiz further. So question is the malware killdesk used in Ukrainian grid attacks had what destructive features? Options are wiping hard drives to prevent system restart, encrypting PLCs, overheating transformers, and last option is stealing billing data. So
Okay, so near the camera, the gentleman in the white shirt, please. Which one, sir? A.
yeah, it's correct. Next question is an incident response team finds system clocks out of sync during its log analysis. What is the most insidious risk this creates? Options are easier event correlations, reduced password strength, false negative artifact detection, and accurate attribution.
On the back side, dark blazer, please. Yes, you. Please state your name and.
I'm Rahul Mishra, and it's a C, false negative artifact.
Yeah, it's correct.
Please.
Next question is one user's credentials are abused in a privilege escalation attack, but the user had a least privilege. What is the best explanation? Options are A, user error, B, account chaining, C, session hijack via phishing, and D, role-based access control misconfiguration.
So let's have from the left side, back side. Can we have some answer from the back side of left portion? Anybody? So, madam at the back, please. Please, your name and answer.
Vaishali Bhautankar, D, RBAC misconfiguration.
Yeah, it's correct.
Please.
Next question is which of the following is a sign of watering hole attack? Options are targeting random users with a spam, B, compromising website frequently visited by specific victims, direct brute forcing passwords, and D, attacking public DNS records.
Okay, sir. Sir. B. Is it correct?
Sir, any other option?
Sir, please, from that side. Yeah, green shirt, sir.
Actually, sir, B is correct.
B is correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next question is which of the following statement about supply chain attack is correct? Options are they target only end users, they compromise trusted vendors or software updates to infiltrate victims, they are impossible to defend, they only involve physical theft of goods.
Okay, from this yellow, I think orange shirt, sir. B.
That's the answer.
Let's have the another answer from the right side, back side, okay?
Next question.
Next.
What is the main purpose of a honeypot? Options are secure productive systems, detect, divert, or study attackers by simulating vulnerable targets. C, encrypt sensitive data. D, increase bandwidth.
Madam at the back, please.
Be opted. Detect, divert, and study.
Yeah, it's correct.
Please.
Next questions are not MCQ. You have to watch the video and guess the correct type of attack.
Very noted.
So this can be example of what type of cyber attack?
Okay, so somebody from the side at the middle portion, anybody? वो सर ने हाथ खड़ा किया हुआ है सर.
Yeah, facing is correct answer.
जो सेशन चेयर कर चुके हैं और जिन्होंने सेशन लिया है उनको मैं थोड़ा सा और लोगों को भी सर मौका दिए.
Next question is same video.
हाँ मौसा जी, चरणों में प्रणाम स्वीकारिए। अरे कहाँ पता, बहुत संकट में है। अरे हमने आपको बताया था ना, वो यहाँ पर जो 5 स्टार का प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है। हाँ तो वो 5 स्टार का मालिक जो है यहाँ पर बुलडोजर लेकर आया है हमारा ढाबा गिराने के लिए।
अरे क्या बात करता है रे मुन्ना? अरे को तो ढाबा गिरा देगा, साला हम दिल्ली में सरकार नहीं गिरा दूंगा। बात करता है। अरे कौन अफसर है? फोन दे दे ससुरा के।
हम फोन करा रहे हैं मौसा जी, आप इनसे बात।
So kindly identify the attack.
सर ये प्लीज. पिंक. ये आगे आगे आपके आगे ये.
Man in middle.
Yeah, it's correct. What is the full form of attack in Maitre attack? No one.
No hands.
Anybody?
नहीं मैडम आपको तो हो चुका है.
सर कोई नहीं है तो फिर ले ले.
प्लीज वो मैडम लास्ट में. कैन यू टेल?
For ATT and CK, that is attribute tactic and technique and common knowledge. For the Maitre, I don't know, but I know the ATT and CK.
Only ATT and CK is required only. No.
Okay, so it is
No,
advanced.
no second option, madam.
So it is advanced tactic techniques and common knowledge.
Still no.
Full form of A is not correct.
Okay. So मीना साहब आप.
Yeah, it's correct.
मीना साहब. Next image.
Last question is what is the full form of CSIRT-Power?
जिसने गलत दिया उसका किट वापस ले लिया जाएगा इसमें. ये सर को फ्रंट रो में प्लीज.
B. No, it's incorrect.
नो सर. उधर पीछे में वो सेकंड रो में. सेकंड.
Sir, Mike.
It's C.
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
and
all.
heartiest congratulations to all winners and participants. Dignitaries and guests other than GSECL officials and GOVNL officials, we request you to kindly collect your mementos before leaving as a token of our gratitude, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw today's program to a close, on behalf of the organizers, I sincerely thank all the speakers, participants, management team, and guests for their valuable time and contribution. May I now request Shri D.H. Wasawa, Executive Director, GSECL, to kindly deliver the closing remarks. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Good evening to everyone. Of course, we are late now, but this workshop is very relevant to us for the futures. Particularly, I thanks choosing as associate partners by the CSIRT teams, Power, Ministry of Power, and trusting us as one of the partner. And it is very helpful to have a good depth of knowledge. I think we are in the process of the digitalization of the complete business, where we have to up the auditing of the OT systems. So, of course, there is less times, but I thanks to all participants, all colleagues came here. Once again, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much all.